Live online now. So good morning, everybody. I'm Councillor Paul Heinrich, and I'll be chairing this meeting, the Development Committee, on Thursday, 24th July 2025. For those who haven't attended one of these meetings before, the officers who provide and present our reports and offer technical advice sit either side of me at the top table. And in front of me in the centre sit the members of the committee who will be making decisions on the items on the agenda. Will officers introduce themselves, please?
Good morning, everybody. My name is Jeff Lyon. I'm the Development Manager.
Good morning, Claire Shopland, Democratic Services Officer.
Good morning, Jamie Smith, Planning Officer.
Good morning, Emma Denny, Democratic Services Manager.
Alice Walker, Senior Planning Officer.
Fiona Croxton, Solicitor to the Council.
Thank you. Welcome to members of the public in attendance and to those who are viewing this meeting remotely. If you are registered to speak, I will call you to the front to the end of this bench when it is your turn. Usual notice is we're not expecting a fire drill today. If the alarm does sound, please follow officers using the marked exits and make your way to the car park at the front of the building or the flagpole to the rear. Do not use the lift. The mobile phone, I'm sure you all do, please put it to silent or off. We will be taking a short break, depending on how the agenda moves, around 11. I would remind members that it is possible, given the length of the agenda, the number of speakers, that we may need to suspend standing orders at a later date. I'll make that decision as appropriate. We haven't found the toilets public there off the foyer. Right, item 2, apologies for absence, please.
Yes, we have Councillor Beattie, Councillor Patterson and Councillor Jaytoy. And we have Councillor Adams and Councillor Butikofer.
Thank you. Item 4, minutes of the meeting of 27th of June are in your packs. I'm sure you have all read them. I will not go through them individually. Are there any amendments, corrections to be made? If not, can I please have a show of hands to accept them? Thank you. Item 5, items of urgent business. I have none.
None received, Chair.
Thank you. Item 6, the order of business will be as per your papers. Item 7, declarations of interest, please. Yes, Councillor Fisher.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just to say that regarding item 8, Corpusty, I have a sister that lives just 100 yards off the development.
Thank you. Councillor Brown.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just to put on record that I was a contributor to the Corpusty and Saxdock neighbourhood plan, the first in the district. I hasten to add, but it doesn't affect my position. I'm not predetermined, so I will be voting and speaking to the agenda item.
Thank you. Councillor Fitzgerald.
Yeah, I have been lobbied on several items on the agenda. I thank them very much for the emails and pointed out that I had noted the contents, but I am not predetermined on anything.
Thank you. I think we've all had various lobbying letters which we treat appropriately. Yeah, I just make a declaration myself in regard to the Fulmerston application. It's on the record that I argued in favour of the original application on that site. However, I remain open-minded on whether it should be extended or not. Right. Oh, Councillor Hankins, yes, Fulmerston. The Fulmerston application, Councillor Hankins. Are you declaring an interest or predetermination on that one?
Yes.
Yeah, you're predetermined.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, let us move straight then to first decision item on the agenda, Corpusty PF 211990. Officer Smith, you here to present.
Yeah, good morning, thank you. I just want, there's just a quick update on page 54 of the agenda. The planning balance refers to the council having a 5-year housing land supply. This is incorrect. We don't have a 5-year housing land supply, but this is actually reflected in the principle of development on page 27. So just a quick update there. In terms of the application, the proposal is for 38 dwellings and infrastructure and landscaping off Norwich Road in Corpusty. In terms of the site location, there's 2 parcels, A and B. Parcel A is for residential development. The parcel A abuts the residential part of Corpusty to the north of the site. There is a bisected byway that runs through the middle of parcel A. And to the southwestern boundary, there's a mature boundary trees and hedging. Parcel B extends up to the River Bure, and that's on the eastern boundary. At this point, I would just refer to the principal development, I think, so it's useful. Part of the northern part of parcel A was proposed in our site-specific DPD for 18 dwellings. The whole of parcel A was put forward as supporting residential development as part of the Saxthorpe and Corpusty neighbourhood plan. Parcel B, however, is in the countryside location, and that will be a departure from policy and be considered against the tilted balance of paragraph 11 of the NPPF. This is the site layout. Looks like that plan. Yeah, in terms of the site layout plan, parcel A will accommodate the residential development, amenity land, landscaping, and the connection from Adams Lane through the site and retention enhancement of the orchard as public space to the north of the site. Parcel B will be surface water drainage, biodiversity, landscape enhancement, and the wetland pond features. Parcel A will have a new vehicular access off Norwich Road, and parcel B will retain the existing access for the gated field. The next slide just indicatively shows the layout plan. What you'll see to the northern part of the site here is amenity land. From Norwich Road, this fine road runs, Norwich runs here, and you've then got the internal road linking all the dwellings. Here is the wetland pond on parcel B. Just going to go through a couple of slides for you, just to show the context of the site. Parcel A is a series of small fields, and parcel B is said to be grazing land. The following shows a restricted byway. The left photograph shows it to the northwest of the site, close to the residential area, and obviously to the southwest. Southwest of the site is more rural in nature. This is the public right-of-way Corpusty footpath that is proposed to be upgraded. And looking east and west from Norwich Road, where a new access will be for the parcel A and the existing access retained for parcel B. And the following just shows the relationship with nearby residential properties along Norwich Road and Manor House and Breck House. In terms of the house types and sizes and scales, the following 3 to 4 photographs just show a mix of single and 2-storey semi-detached to detached properties with detached garages and cart lodges. In terms of the materials, you've got a mix of pallet, you've got brickwork and flint work, you've got timber cladding, grey and red pan-tile roofs with timber and UPVC casements. The mixture of pallet has been considered and agreed upfront by the conservation design officers and planning officers, although this would be conditioned in the event of an approval. Just another indicative elevations of the proposal. Yeah, in terms of the overall scale and massing, density of development, these are considered appropriate, having regard to the local character and the existing rural content. And essentially, there are no objections from officers in respect to the design and scale of the dwellings. A couple of the 3D views, and I've also been informed that on the Broadland website or Broadland Housing website, there is a video of the proposed scheme that you can do sort of a drive through and see what it would look like. In terms of the main issues, the application is seen on page 13 to 72 of the agenda. These are the main issues above, and I'll just do some highlights of what's contained within the main report. The officers, the committee. I've covered the principal development, but essentially parcel A in part accords with our core strategy. and in whole the aspirations of the neighbourhood plan. Parcel B is within the countryside location, and on the planning balance, it will have to be considered in accordance with the tilted balance on NPPF paragraph 11. In terms of the housing mix and type, this is considered acceptable and compliant with the core strategy and the Corpus Dee and Saxholt neighbourhood plan. Moving on to affordable housing, they are proposing 21% of affordable housing, which is below the 50% policy requirement. There was a viability assessment proposed, and that has been considered by an independent viability consultant. And this is the viable amount being able to be achieved on the site. But we'd like to draw your attention to the emerging local plan. Corpus Dee would be within Zone 1, and this would be expect 15% affordable housing, and therefore would meet the expectations in the emerging local plan. In respect to highways and parking, the parking provision accords with our core strategy policy requirements, although it has been noted there is some limited visitor parking observed in the way of roadside bays in order to avoid off-street parking. However, overall, this is considered acceptable. In terms of access arrangement for both parcel A and B, including visibility, this is considered adequate. There will be upgrades to the Corpus Dee footpath 28 that connects into Norwich Road and upgrades to Adams Lane, which again is also considered acceptable. However, a continuous footway from the B1149 to Chapel End Norwich Road has not been taken forward due to viability. Just moving on to nutrient neutrality. The application, as already referred, was deferred in 2022 to address the issues of nutrient neutrality. The application now proposes to secure sufficient nutrient mitigation via the replacement of 22 septic tanks, which would be phased as the residential development progresses. The PTPs were discharged significantly less than the existing septic tanks and are considered acceptable means of going forward by Natural Environment Credits, Natural England, and this would address nutrient neutrality. The upgrades would need to be secured by Section 106. In terms of open space requirement, you would need to provide on-site and off-site open space in accordance with our core strategy open space standards. The on-site open space is considered acceptable. In terms of off-site contribution, youth play space and the funds has been yes, we've secured youth play space, but as unable to secure allotment and parking recreations. This is a result of the viability. In terms of the open space provision, it's not policy compliant, but it's a departure, and we will weigh this in the planning balance in the conclusion. In terms of flood risk, Parcel A is in flood zone 1 and is in policy compliant. Parcel B is within flood zones 2 and 3 and is the floodplain of the River Bure. However, this is to accommodate the surface water attenuation and the biodiversity and landscape enhancement. There is no residential development in Parcel B. In terms of surface water drainage, the proposal is dealt with by an attenuation system involving permeable paving, a balancing pond connecting to the surface water drain in the main estate road, which will serve an integrated wetland attenuation pond located in Parcel B. There is a restricted discharge at Greenfield runoff rate to the local watercourse, which is the River Bure, and the local flood authority has raised no objection to the drainage strategy. In terms of foul water, the foul sewer is along Norwich Road. In its current flow, it's compliant and within its permits. And Anglian Water have advised that the development would result in the water recycling centre operating above its permit, and Anglian Water would need to seek a renewed permit from an environment agent to account for the additional flows. However, the mitigation surrounding nutrient neutrality would result in a betterment, and the proposed scheme is therefore considered acceptable with regard to foul water. In terms of viability, officers are satisfied with the on and off-site contributions, including affordable housing provision, and having regard to viability evidence, which has been assessed by an independent consultant. Additionally, the report notes that monies will be directed to St Peter's Church. The agent has, however, confirmed the monies could also be directed to provisions of play space, and this would be subject to the committee's thoughts on this. And the figures, as stated in the presentation, remain correct. Next one. Oh. There was a planning balance slide. I think that's been missing. But in terms of the planning balance, this has been weighed up, the positives and the negatives. and the policy compliance, and we've considered acceptable. And we was subject to a resolution with section 106 to cover the following, and a raft of conditions in the officer report. I'll stop there.
Okay, we have a couple of speakers. Parish Council Speaker, Mr Guy Hodgson. You can come to the microphone at the end, please. You'll have 3 minutes.
Well, now, good morning. The Parish Council is very keen that this development should proceed. It will give new lifeblood to the village, we think. We have a couple of reservations. We would have preferred to see more affordable housing. However, we have seen the viability report and note that note what is achievable. We would have preferred that the section 106 monies more closely followed our desires, but again, note that more money may be available later in the development. And so we wouldn't want these matters to get in the way of the development proceeding, and therefore we support the development. Thank you.
Okay, is that right? Yep, great. Thank you. Thank you, Chair. I'm Andrew Savage. I'm Development Director at Broadland Housing Association. And as you know, we're an affordable housing provider, which is an interesting position this morning on affordable housing. As you're probably aware, we started this in 2017. COVID hit 2020, and we went online with consultation at the time. Thank you for the comments from Parish Council, but at the time as well, it was a really change in the way that we consulted with people, and the amount of response we had at the time was quite amazing through that online, so which we've continued. And then, of course, we submitted, and then March 22, nutrient neutrality came along. We were a week off planning committee at the time. And so we've spent the last 3 years trying to find a solution which is affordable to continue with this development. And just for committee's knowledge, we did try and get credits from the local authority backed nutrient credit company. That was going to cost over £1 million just to get credits for this scheme. And that's why we've gone down the septic tank route. We've proven the septic tank route at Swanton Overs very recently, so it's worked. And we've applauded the flexibility here to do a phased septic tank scheme here, which is going to help get this development underway quicker than it would have done. So all that has helped. As you can see, it's within neighbourhood plan, and we've worked with the Parish Council, not recently because of the nutrient neutrality, but certainly all the way through the application. And we were having bi-monthly meetings at the time with the Parish Council on design and all the other bits and pieces. In terms of design, we've already had a lot of these house types agreed in North Norfolk. Edgefield at the road, if anybody knows it, they're exactly the same house types and have gone very well in the affordable markets and the open market. The reason for open market dwellings, I'm sure you're aware, is the cross subsidy element. We can't get, in this case, it's a section 106, so this scheme has got to pay for those anyway. But the intention, as always, on any of our schemes is to increase that affordable housing provision. I know you can't put weight to it, but our track record has shown that's what we've proven over the years. And I think we're now on our 28th exception site in North Norfolk. So it's, you can, and I know this is an allocated neighbourhood plan site, but we treat it as is. So the intention will be to go for grant to increase that level of affordable housing. That's what this allows me to do. By reducing the viability, has proven it anyway, but by reducing the 106, I'm able to get grant into the scheme. The outputs will give me more affordable housing, but I understand you can't put weight to that because it's on this planning consent. But that is the intention, and we've proven that in our track record. Hopefully you can see the surface water strategy that we've tried to do. A lot of the sewage, some of the sewage problems in villages is the combination of surface water going into that system. Am I done?
Stop you at that
That's
point.
fine, not a problem. I can talk a lot. Thank you.
Yeah, we need to stick strictly to time today. Local member, councillor Brown, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I welcome the fact that in bringing this forward, the applicants have overcome the challenges by the nutrient neutrality embargo imposed 3 years ago. I'm pleased to say that they have engaged in consultations with the parish council, particularly in the early years. However, aspects of the scheme will cause concern because it minimises the number of affordable homes envisaged by the neighbourhood plan. The village needs more housing. It needs to support the school, and the dismissal of financial contributions towards the school raises alarm bells for the future of it and will no doubt foster speculation within the community. I would also welcome the removal of the urban footpath along Norwich Road, the extra visitor parking spaces, and proposals to purify surface water runoff before discharging into the precious River Bure. I hope the cost of purchasing the Water Meadow Parcel B land has not been included in the viability calculations, which was identified for development in the MP neighbourhood plan. I note that Homes England cannot confirm if government grant funding is available prior to issuing consent, as has been said. That is one of the frustrating elements of our planning system. Another frustration isn't that there isn't a commitment to designate market rate properties as primary homes to negate the effects of second homes and holiday lets, emptying properties for long periods. I would also like more information on the extent of the upgrade of the untreated surface section of Adams Lane for vehicles beyond the site's western limit, which appears to be missing from the report. Therefore, Mr. Chairman, I propose approval and would ask for the following conditions, if possible, to be included. A clawback position in the Section 106 agreement. On advice of the LLFA, a sediment bay be included in the design of the attenuation pond on the water meadow, electric vehicle charging points which are fully operational, swift boxes and hedgehog highways, if not proposed, a light strategy or a lighting strategy for external lighting to preserve dark skies, and finally provision for monitoring of Section 106 fees not listed in the recommendations for Section 106. And that is my presentation, Mr. Chairman. You'll be delighted to know.
Admirably brief for a change. You want to respond to unacceptable?
Yeah, we may have to just double check. We've got the whole, he did say quite quickly, the list of conditions that you wanted adding it. So we've got clawback of Section 106. Monitoring fees on lighting strategy. I'm not sure I've got some of the others, but we can come back. We can come back on that if yeah, I've got that. Yeah.
106 if.
Yeah. Okay. We've got that as a record now.
Yeah. So some of those do appear
in the conditions.
In the conditions already, albeit not specified quite as much detail.
Yeah.
So we can deal with that. My only query would be regarding the capacity of the sewage works. We all know Anglian Water's somewhat cavalier attitude. It'd be nice to know there was some proposed development work on that site to ensure there are no unwanted overflows. But I'll leave officers to respond to that.
I mean, you recently heard the position of Anglian Water. They came to this very chamber to give you their latest position on work that they are doing. I don't believe this Corpus Sea treatment works is on their list of upgrades. We know it's performing poorly, which will lead to the very high cost for credits that Broadland Housing sought from Norfolk Environmental Credits. That being said, obviously Anglian Water still have a duty to accept connections, and the applicant is providing the septic tank upgrade scheme. So actually the net effects of new dwellings on this site in terms of the nutrient neutrality impact it will be neutral. In fact, there will be some betterment. So actually the issue of, is this going to add to water quality issues on the River Bure? The answer is no, it won't, because the applicant is mitigating the impact through the septic tank upgrade within the Bure Valley. So yes, I accept there's some points there for Anglia Water in terms of how are they going to manage their smaller sites, because this isn't the only one in our district that isn't on the list of upgrades to comply with the 2030 upgrade requirements for nutrient neutrality. So yeah, I can't speak for Anglia Water, but from a planning perspective, we can issue a permission because we are mitigating the impacts of the wastewater from this development.
Thank you. Yes, McDonald.
If that was a proposal by Councillor Brown, I would second it with the same conditions as he has brought up.
Okay, does anybody else wish to add anything to this one? Councillor Adams.
I have a few questions, if that's all right. First of all, the development site abuts the site of the former Midland and Great Northern Railway, and I just wanted to first of all ensure that there was no impact on that former rail track bed itself at all. That was my understanding, but I just thought I'd better clarify that.
I mean, the report does set out in some detail the sort of improvements that are proposed to Adams Lane. So there's some sort of bound surfacing going on there rather than just being sort of a rough track for people to walk down. So it will aid accessibility. But it's my understanding that the actual track bed isn't going to be dug up. There's nothing like that happening on site.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to hear. And it came up briefly in Councillor Brown's words about the surface water. And are we confident that the provisions that are proposed will be able to will they be adequate to be able to deal with those concerns raised? I think someone also mentioned pollution in one of the submissions. So obviously there's some surface water infrastructure being put on site, but are we confident about it?
Yeah, I mean, the way the application has been designed is that parcel B effectively forms part of the area that will manage surface water. So you'll have a sort of a pond, for want of a better description, that will take the surface water flows, and that's designed to then be able to release those back at Greenfield runoff rate. So you're sort of, if there's a sort of heavy rainfall event, that rain will collect in that pond and then will be released at Greenfield runoff rate, and that will go into eventually into the River Bure. So that's the design ethos here, that you're providing a way of collecting that surface water and managing it so it doesn't in excess go into the river. And that's, yeah, the flood authority haven't raised any objection to that proposed method of surface water disposal, and it's something we see quite regularly on schemes across our district.
No, I think that's satisfied the questions. I just felt that they should be raised, and I will be supporting the application.
Thank you. Councillor Varley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Firstly, I'd just like to give my thanks to the case officer for her report this morning, and also thank those who have spoken to this application already. It's really important, I think, as a committee that we hear those views to get to a good determination here this morning. I do think this is a good application. It has a good range of housing options. It's absolutely vital as a council that we do ensure across the district that we have affordable housing. This application does ensure that, and within those housing, the affordable housing units, there is a good range of mix of units there, which is encouraging. Do you want to talk about, surprise, the green aspects, environmental aspects of this application? Very encouraging to see. I note that it mentions fabric first approach. I mean, you would expect with new dwellings to have good fabric first insulation aspects anyway, but it is encouraging that it actually mentions that specifically. Good to see that there's air source heat pumps as well and solar panels. Councillor Brown beat me to it, but I would like to see that we are having electrical charging points there. I do just raise one query, Mr. Chairman. It's in regards of the solar panels. On page 51, it states the applicant is seeking to incorporate solar photovoltaic panels to some of the dwellings. Why some? I would like to see most, if not all, of those dwellings have PV if possible.
I mean, this is a supposition on my part. I'm presuming it's due to layout and orientation of the roof slopes, because some are more effective than others. But the applicant is in the room if that question wants to be answered by the chairs.
Yeah, could you come to the front, please, so we can all hear?
Thank you. That's of course a design and access statement from 2022, and changes have been made. There will be PV panels on every house. That's standard practice now on any of our developments. And as you've probably seen, we've just completed our 4th scheme, which is net zero operational. So the house is really helping. So it's because of the design and access statement and the age of it.
Thank you.
Can I just thank that confirmation? Yeah, I'm more than encouraged by that statement. So yeah, more than happy to support this, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I think we've covered everything. Yes, very, very brief. Please.
I'm just going to say there's a phosphorus removal scheme planned for Porpoisty in Anglia Water's plan. That's relevant.
Okay, the recommendation is for approval, proposed by Councillor Brown, seconded by Councillor MacDonald. Want to take a vote, please?
Sorry, we just got clarification on the overage because we do need to know. That's quite important. An overage means that there may have to be money at the end. If the 106 has 38 pages of overage provisions, yeah, he's shaking his head, you see. So we can't, this will have to go back unless we get clarification right this minute about what that overage actually means.
So when we initially drafted, when the report was on the verge of being determined back in 2022, we did have a reference to overage because at that time we had a scheme that wasn't policy compliant. So the expectation was 50% affordable dwellings. Now the situation has changed since then in the fact that we are very close to an emerging plan being adopted, and that has an affordable housing requirement of 15%. Now, the applicant is proposing 21%. So actually an overage clause, what would it be requiring? Because you're already providing 21%, whereas the policy requirement, when we come to an overage, because the plan will be adopted by that point, it will be 15%. So your overage is asking for something that's already provided. You can't ask for more than what your policy requires without justification. So, and unless there's some other contribution that you're wanting the developer to put their monies towards. I mean, there are a few sort of areas where we said there isn't policy compliance on contributions. Then it can't be on affordable housing. It would have to be on something else. I think we would need clarity on that because the legal obligation would need to secure that now and provide the clarity as to what we're asking. Well, that's a matter for Councillor Brown, so if he wants to control that.
Right, Councillor Brown.
It may help the committee. I think I've got probably a better understanding of this now. I've got the original committee report from 2022 in front of me. So I think what this is on page 53 of the agenda pack is a bit of an anachronism for the reasons that Officer Lyon has just mentioned. So if that's the case, and there is no need now because of policy changes in the emerging local plan for a clawback provision, such as is recommended in the papers, because I think the papers repeat in large tracts the original 2022 committee report, which is, fair enough. We need to be consistent. So if it's not appropriate because it's now anachronistic, then I'm quite happy to withdraw that request for a condition if it's no longer appropriate, Mr. Chairman. That may help you.
Thank you. You regard it as not appropriate.
Well, as I've said, on affordable housing, it's not appropriate, but there are other contributions that in theory could use an overage clause, but it's very rare that we do that. We make a decision at the time based on other Section 106 obligations, and you weigh in the balance where it falls short on one contribution. You weigh in the balance whether the benefits of the scheme outweigh that shortage of monies. In this case, I would say the benefits would outweigh that shortage of financial contributions. We've made that assessment in the report. So I personally professionally don't think it's justified to ask for an overage clause in this obligation. So I left it in there because members, you may have a different view on that, depending on what sort of issues or matters you think should take precedent.
Well, we take crumbs from every table, don't we, after developments are completed wherever we can. So, I mean, I personally would prefer it to remain. But if it isn't appropriate in terms of the integrity of the decision to include it, then I'm quite happy to withdraw it. But I would be guided by this, the advice of the.
Can we just hear from the applicant whether or not, because if it's not viable to have from a funding point of view, then it will have to go back to committee in August or September. These overage provisions are really in respect of people really selling land on, and if they sell land on which then gets planning permission for housing, they get an uplift in the value. Overage, we've done it 3 times in the last 8 years in 106s. They tend to be fiercely fought. We went to draft number 12 with a Norwich law firm on the overage and had 4 lawyers involved because banks won't fund if they think that they won't get their money back. And it gets to, we've got the precedents for it, but it's a 6 to 12 month negotiation period.
Thank you, Mr. Savage. That shouldn't make a difference.
Oh, well done. Thank you. Thank you, Chair. I think you've also got to remember, we've talked about nutrient neutrality this morning. I've got a £250,000 bill, give or take a couple of thousand, on dealing with nutrient neutrality, which is not in that viability. So to put an overage on there is a pointless clause. That's what I'm trying to say because of that. And it's just going to be extended negotiations and a waste of legal fees. That's the trouble. As Fiona quite rightly says, the last situation we had on overage clauses here probably cost us another £15,000 to £20,000 in legal fees, and I would rather put that in the affordable housing.
Thank you.
I think, Mr. Chairman, in view of the comments from officers and the developer, I don't want to cause any further delay. For goodness sake, this has been delayed for 3 years already because of government interference, basically. The village needs the development. We're not going to, delay it on the technicality, as it were. So I'm quite happy to withdraw that request for a condition, Mr. Chairman.
Good record. I'll need to clarify after the meeting. And like on, it helps. Can we go to a vote?
Yeah. Councillor Adams.
For.
Councillor Brown.
For.
Councillor Fisher.
For.
Councillor Fitch-Tillett. For. Councillor Hankins. Councillor Heinrich.
For.
Councillor Holiday. Councillor MacDonald.
For.
Councillor Netherway. Councillor Kay Toy. Councillor Butikofa.
For.
Councillor Varley. And I don't believe we have Councillor Vickers.
No.
So that is unanimous, Chair.
Unanimous. The application is approved. Right, moving on. We go to Worsted, PF 242474. I have you on my list. No, I have you on my list. When you're ready, Officer Walker.
Okay, good morning, members. This is application PF 2474 for the demolition of part existing building and erection of new cold store together with associated plant room at Albert Bartlett on Station Road, Worcester. As an update to members since publication, I'd like to make you aware of an error in the report which states that Councillor Penfold returned no comments on the application. Councillor Penfold formally objected to the application on the 9th of May and raised concerns regarding lack of public consultation from the applicant on a controversial application and agreed with the list of concerns raised from Worcester Parish Council. We received 43 objections in total. Further objection was received after reporting closed, raising concerns to the size and effect of the building, similar to the objections covered in the report. A number of correspondence has also been received since the item was listed on the agenda, raising concerns about timeframe given for responses to new documents. Reconsultations were sent to both parish councils, given 14 days to respond to the noise impact assessment and visualisation document submitted. Sight of a transport statement was requested by Solely Parish Council before returning comments. However, this has not been submitted by the applicant. Economic Development have also submitted comments reinforcing their support. Okay, so we'll move to the application.
Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry to interrupt. Officer Walker there, thank you for that correction of the error. It's on page 74. I would like the written record amended as well, though, and I have asked for that. So I appreciate the verbal correction that I didn't submit anything. I did, as it's just been stated, but I would like the written record, the permanent record amended. Thank you.
I'm sure that can be done.
I will certainly in the minutes will ensure that that's recorded.
Okay, so the site location plan, this shows the wider factory site, which is located on Station Road to the south of Worcester Village and north of the village of Slowley. The red line encompasses the existing access and the proposed site area within that site. Just a little bit closer in there. An aerial site of the aerial image of the site. As you can see, the site's very constrained. There's dwellings on the North Station Road to the west and a railway line to the east of the site. The proposed store is located at the rear of the site on an existing concrete pad. This shows the site within the context of the surrounding heritage assets, Worcester Conservation Area, and includes the Grade 1 St Mary's Church, and there are also Grade 2 listed cottages nearby. Less than substantial heritage harms identified by officers to these assets, largely down to either the separation distance from the development or moderation through existing vegetation. This is the zone of theoretical visibility in terms of the landscape impact of the development. Landscape officers consider the landscape impact would be most adverse in the immediate area and decreases as you move away from the site. as the views are moderated by the topography and vegetation as shown in the map. So you have the most colour in the middle there, which is the most harm, and then it filters out as you move away. These are the views of the site from the existing access, from Station Road, from across the field to the west. I think this is, and this is where the proposed cold store would be located within the site. Currently, there are a number of stored materials in this area and 6 large freezer trailers, which are used to store products that don't fit in the existing cold store. These are the existing elevations of the factory in that site area. The demolition plan, which shows the areas in red to be demolished. These include a small part of the existing factory and plant, and then a number of stored materials are to be removed from the area. This shows you the proposed site plan and the location of the cold store and plant room within that part of the site. As you can see, it is largely sort of constrained by that boundary and the factory itself. The proposed elevations, the cold store would have an external floor area of 1,526 square meters and a height of 34.6 meters in order to store 4,000 pallets. The store would be steel framed and steel clad in mid-grey tones, and the scale of the building is due to the constrained site, the storage requirements of the applicant, and the most efficient layout of the mechanical racking system. A justification for the site storage requirements has been submitted, and the applicant currently stores a number of pallets outside of the existing store and also transports pallets off-site to third-party storage before transporting them back to site to be packed and distributed. Having suitable storage on site would remove the need for this. And that's the floor plan there. So moving on to the visualizations of the development, these show the proposal from Station Road. It's also from Station Road looking up towards it. The view from Broad Road to the south of the site. The view from the highway to the west of the site. The view from Slowly Road to the northeast. The view from the northeast from Horning Road, which is the other side of Worstead. I put an arrow in the middle there, which shows where that is. It might not be that clear for members. So turning to the key considerations for the application, concerns have been raised within for landscape impact, the size and scale of the building, amenity and highways impacts. Officers consider the principle of extending an existing business in the countryside as acceptable. However, due to the identified landscape impact, there would be a conflict with part of EC3. In terms of design, landscape and character of the area, the building is utilitarian in appearance, but that is expected for the proposed use. Landscape officers have identified landscape harm, which is most adverse in close proximity to the site and would reduce in effect moving away from the site as it becomes moderated by topography and vegetation, but this would extend for a considerable distance. This would be considered to conflict with policy EN2 of the adopted core strategy. Officers have identified some less than substantial harm to local heritage assets, such as the Church of St Mary Worstead and Grade 2 listed Swan Cottage and New Lane Cottage. Great weight should be afforded to the heritage harm of any scale, but less than substantial harm is able to be balanced against public benefits that arise from the scheme. In terms of residential amenity, there would be benefits in terms of a reduction of existing noise levels from the site, which would reduce with the installation of more modern and energy efficient plant machinery. There would be some overshadowing created from the store, the impact of which would fluctuate throughout the year. The impact, it would affect probably about 4 properties at any given time. The impact is at its worst, and the shadow wouldn't leave the boundary until about 10:40 in the morning, whereas sort of in June, you're looking at none of the properties would be in shadow at all. The level of overshadowing is considered to be within the BRE standards as set out in the report, and there's also is considered to be acceptable. Whilst there won't be any employment created from the proposal as the store is completely mechanised, there are significant economic considerations attached to the application. The proposed application forms part of a longer term business strategy, which would see significant investment from Albert Bartlett at the Westwick site. The applicant currently employs 344 full-time employees, largely from the North Norfolk area. And 60% of the potatoes are from local farmers within a 50-mile radius and equates to a £10 million spend per annum. The use of local farmers, suppliers, hauliers and contractors contributes around £50 million to the local economy, and supports through pay rates, procurement, business support and investment in local community projects. If the factory were to become economically unviable on the current site, then the applicant anticipates it would have to relocate, most likely to Europe, using potatoes from the continent. Highways officers raised concerns about potential intensification of use and emerging visibility of existing access and submitting a holding objection on this basis. There are currently no planning restrictions on production at the output levels of the site. The applicant has also stated the factory isn't capable of increasing process run times across the week and is constrained by the requirements to both clean and maintain the factory. Production levels are not proposed to change from the existing application and it is for storage only. As a result, the need to store offsite would be removed, reducing 8 vehicle movements. For storage purposes, officers therefore consider that the scheme would not result in intensification of use and would propose an overall betterment in existing highways movements. There would also be a number of sustainability benefits from the scheme. The cold store is currently inefficient and outdated and operates at 100% capacity, struggling to maintain the required temperatures. The proposed store would create an on-site environmental efficiencies, which form part of the business's net zero strategy, using sustainable energy such as solar panels on the roof. There would be a reduction of 2.8 million litres of water per annum and recycling of surface water for use in production. In terms of off-site efficiencies, the number of HGV movements is also proposed to reduce, as there would be no need to store off-site. On balance, the wider public benefits, including significant economic and sustainability benefits, have been considered against the harms identified that have been through landscape, heritage and amenity. And this was enabled us to reach a departure from policies EC3 and EN2 and recommendation of approval subject to condition. Thank you.
Thank you. Good summary there. All right, I have a considerable number of speakers on this. If I can start with John Bacon from Worcester, please. Microphone. You have 3 minutes and it will be tightly timed.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, morning everybody. John Bacon from Parish Council. That one, okay. Yeah, thanks. Worcester Parish Council is not against the factory developing. In the past, we've supported almost every proposal submitted to us for consultation. We support their contribution to the North Norfolk economy, but this proposal is completely out of context with the surrounding rural countryside around an 800-year-old village and its attached settlements. It blights some 36 properties and badly impacts the residents' lives. There are inconsistencies in the proposal and its assessment. The application is within an area designated as countryside. The plant cannot in any way be considered as a rural business. It's a major manufacturing plant, which has unfortunately over the years developed in a totally unsatisfactory position. The present number of heavy vehicle movements are hotly contested by the residents nearby, and NCC Highways Department have requested a hold on the proposal while a fuller picture of traffic implications is acquired. Data provided by the applicant is confusing at best, with many different weights, product types, vehicle movements, all amassed in a 2-page, difficult to understand document. The proposal does not provide significant local economic benefits. The applicant states that no additional employment will be gained from the proposal and no added benefits over those provided at present are gained. The proposal states that no capacity to process additional goods is planned, but the above-mentioned document shows a 143% increase in production of cartons since 2019, a projected further increase of 28% by 2028. This shows a clear path to expansion and many additional heavy vehicle movements. The planning officer only notes that the proposal reduces the vehicle movements by just 8 weekly journeys. The planning officer also notes that the significant landscape impact results from the proposed development. The NPP framework enables sustainable growth through the conversion of existing and well-designed new buildings. This design is completely out of context and sympathy with the surrounding area. It's been foisted upon the District Council with no prior consultation, no examination of alternatives, and the threat of withdrawing the business from the area and the UK if not approved. There's no undertaking the business will stay anyway. The North Norfolk District Council Landscape Officer doesn't approve the proposal. The planning officer states the impacts have been underassessed where the building is 6 metres higher than the existing adjacent flue, and introduces a large, prominent and incongruous feature onto an undeveloped rural landscape. Officers consider this proposal would not be compliant. Worcester Parish Council proposes an alternative design which would provide a compromise to the colossal height of the proposed new coal store should be devised, and the application should be deferred and resubmitted, and perhaps a site visit by the members considered. Thanks.
Thank you. I have two objecting speakers. I can start with Jennifer Gubbins, please. Yeah, and you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. My name is Jennifer Gubbins. I am a solicitor. I'm also a member of the Parish Council, but I'm speaking in my own capacity. I am not a planning lawyer. Like you, I've read the report and the relevant background documentation available on the NNDC website. We welcome business opportunities in North Norfolk in general and Worcester in particular. As John has already mentioned, it's not clear this proposal brings those, nor is it clear why the application appears to be made in the name of a company, Albert Bartlett Westwick, which was dormant and dissolved in April 2016. I want to look specifically at the landscape and design issues. Albert Bartlett is a Scottish privately owned group of companies based in Lanarkshire. Interestingly, the group has also been working on a planning application in that area, and much of the information around a proposed master plan is now available online on the Lanarkshire District Council website. There is a lot of local consultations been going on, but one point I note in relation to the documentation, the planning, design and landscape statement of July last year, is that the maximum permissible height in the entire development there is 18 metres because of the visual impact. 18 metres is half of the size of what's been proposed for Worcester. Please do look specifically at the key documents, the Conservation and Landscape Response document of 7th of July, some of which has been quoted by officers, but not all. The bit at the end of that says, in relation to design, it has to be said the design is functional at best rather than high quality. The officers noted that it does not reinforce local distinctiveness or have any real regard to local context. Please also look at the landscape and visual impact report produced by Kathy Batchelor, Senior Landscape Officer, who notes 4 points. The landscape is low plains farmland. The effect of the development will be notable for up to 5 kilometres from the site. Local Plan Policy EC3 sets out that extensions to existing businesses should be of an appropriate scale and will not be detrimental on the character of the area. The level of harm has been under-assessed. Do not be misled by the supplied CGI images. If you look at them again, you will see that it suggests that a bungalow, which is probably 5 metres high, is able to hide a building of 36 metres. That is simply not true. It is just taken from a particular angle to make it look like there's nothing happening. I would ask, please, that the committee rejects or defers this application and ask the applicant to reconsider their proposals and seek, with the benefit of modern technology, and to show the respect and consideration to the people and landscape of North Norfolk that they have shown and are showing in Lanarkshire in Scotland. Thank you.
Thank you. Second objecting speaker, Philip Madeley from Slowley Parish Council.
Excellent. Thank you for this opportunity. I've only just recently been elected as the chair of Slowley Parish Council, and my views are at the moment that we have been rather neglected in this process. We've been rather willing to engage with Albert Bartlett, and in the process, and as has been noted, we have sent several requests for further information with which we could then work with our parishioners to find a best solution. I know that there is an email that Councillor Dixon has requested to be read. Councillor Penfold, are you reading that, or would you like me to read it?
It will be read by an officer.
Okay, thank you. And with this, we've continually asked for highways as a major concern. we've asked for further information and it has not been provided. We are unable to move past our original objection to this proposal because we cannot provide any up-to-date information to our parishioners. We are willing to work closely with whomever to see a viable business being expanded and improved upon and welcoming the economic benefits, but it has to be within a benefit to ourselves. And at present, there is no benefit to our parishioners. It is only going to be of negative value for those living in our area. So if we could ask for a deferment to gain the information that we have asked for repeatedly and has been unfortunately unavailable or not been provided, then that would be of great benefit to us in order to see whether we can progress further with this. So please, I ask for a deferment. Thank you.
Thank you. Supporting speaker, Alan Roberts, please.
Qualified, 3 minutes or 5 minutes?
3 minutes.
Still 5 before we came in. Okay. Good morning. Thank you for all your time today. For those of you I haven't met, I'm Alan Roberts. I'm Managing Director of the Albert Bartlett Added Value Business. Been with the company 14 years and I've been involved with the site in question since we bought it in 2015. The journey since acquisition has been immensely challenging with wide-ranging issues, new regulations, water usage, COVID, international wars affecting vegetable oil. The list goes on. Thanks though to the dedication and perseverance of the local Norfolk workforce and management team, the investment from the business and some excellent local partners, we've managed to turn around this failing site and make a success of the business, now recognised in the industry as one of the leading quality premium products sourced in Great Britain, both in retailer own label and Albert Bartlett brand. The investment recently has amounted to about £25 million, new peelers, grading systems, site facilities. It dedicates our part to North Norfolk and has done for a long time. Investment doesn't stop there with further upgrades due in 2026. This will be a substantial multi-million-pound investment. In addition to spend in infrastructure, we now source over 60% of potatoes from the local Norfolk farming area. Local engineering, ingredient, packaging and transport companies are utilised wherever possible, with a significant group of reliable partners now forming strong long-term relationships with our business, some of whom have been loyal to us since day one. Our growth and loyalty has been their reward. We're members of local charities, community sports groups, farmers groups and Rotary clubs. We're also a member of BAWAG, Broadlands Agriculture and Abstract Group. In total, we spend around £50 million in the local area per annum. This is the single biggest investment at the site to date, around £14 million, and sets the site up and Albert Bartlett's future in North Norfolk for the next generation. The existing cold store is no longer viable. It is old, tired, environmentally poor and expensive to run. The ramifications of us not being able to build a suitable cold store would have devastating consequences on the business. The most pressing of which would be the requirement to hold all our intermediate stock off-site. This refers to the manufacturing of products that go into our chilled carton. That's daily orders that fluctuate every day. This would have to be moved off-site. That would result in an extra 60 vehicles per week coming to and from the site and would cost the business more than £6 million annually. It would make the site financially unviable, as well as making the process so complicated we fail our customers. The elephant in the room, though, in this process has been the height of the building. The requirement for a 4,000 pallet cold store is based on our current usage. We currently store 2,100 pallets at site. We have a further 6 frozen lorries at site, which is overflow temporary storage. 4 frozen lorries off-site, again, overflow temporary storage.
I'll have to stop you there, I'm afraid. The 3 minutes is up. They're very strict on timing, so everybody gets an equal chance. Councillor Pender.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As both the North Norfolk District Councillor for the Worstead Ward and the Norfolk County Councillor for the North Walsham West and Erpingham Division, in which Worstead sits, I note with great regret the dismay and anxiety that this application has caused to my constituents. Not once during this process has the applicant contacted me or reached out to me to consult over what the applicant surely knew would be a controversial application, and neither have they gone through a pre-application process with NNDC. More important than either of these, however, is the total lack of consultation with the community in Worstead, Slowley and the surrounding parishes, who would all be impacted by this development, from its visual impact next door to a conservation village to its increased HGV movements in and around Worstead and Slowley. I do find this lack of meaningful consultation with the local community quite astonishing, and I don't think it's a precedent that should be set and accepted on such applications. I would argue, in fact, that the applicant's approach to this whole process is a model in how not to do things. At the last count, there were at least 43 letters of public representation in objection to the proposal on the planning portal, so I'm not sure how the planning officer can talk about, quotes, wider public benefits in the conclusion of her report. Had the applicant reached out to the communities in Worstead and Slowley, to its parish councils and to me, we may well be in a different position now. In fact, we may not even be hotly contesting this. Had they reached out with a proposal that satisfied both the needs of a business wanting to expand, but that did not cause major objections amongst its community, we may, as I say, be in a very different place. For example, a significantly less high and visually intrusive building could be agreeable while still providing sufficient capacity to meet the factory's stated needs. Please understand, I'm not against business growth and development in North Norfolk, far from it, but I do object when this rides roughshod over communities, when it does not show the respect they deserve and when it does not offer them a voice in a meaningful two-way dialogue. I'm therefore in full agreement with the position of Worstead Parish Council and its objections to this application, which have been articulated by the parish chairman this morning. I also note with regret the applicant's lack of engagement with Slowley Parish Council, on whose boundary this development will sit. In particular, the applicant's failure to submit a landscape visual impact assessment was, it seems to me, entirely disingenuous. Instead, they submitted a landscape visual appraisal, which did not show what the actual development would look like. No contextual images were presented of the new development in position within the existing landscape. What we saw this morning was not provided by the applicant, it was provided by officers here. This is a failure on behalf of the applicant, as it should be a critical part of the correct planning assessment process. On this, I also note and support the objections raised by NNDC's landscape section and its senior landscape officer. And I do think the report should note that it's the senior landscape officer that made this objection. At the minute, it just says landscape on page 74. The officer stated that given the extremely large scale of the building, 36 metres tall, its negative effects will be experienced from numerous locations up to 5 kilometres distant from the site. This will conflict with local plan policy EN2, the protection and enhancement of landscape and settlement character. As well as this, the application is also in conflict with local plan policy EC3, extensions to business in the countryside, which sets out that extensions to existing businesses should be of a scale appropriate to the existing development and would not have a detrimental effect on the character of the area. As County Councillor for Worstead, I also support the holding objection raised by Highways, who cannot consider the application further until more information is provided on the type, volume and frequency of traffic generated by the proposal as set against current data. Therefore, for the reasons I have outlined here, and I'm not quite sure how any existing vegetation can mitigate a building 36 metres tall unless we are talking about importing Californian redwoods, I would therefore urge the Development Committee to at the very least, defer this application as it stands and perhaps then for committee to undertake a site visit. This will enable the applicant to come back to Worstead and then to engage meaningfully with the community on what can be achieved so that we can come to a mutually agreeable and beneficial position. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Lyon will read out a statement from Councillor Nigel Dixon, who's County Councillor, adjacent area.
Okay. So Councillor Dixon sort of gives his apologies for not being able to attend. He says, in respect to the merits of this application, the range of documents submitted during June and July have clarified concerns around landscape, light loss, noise, wildlife habitat and traffic movement impact. The officer's report deals with those to the extent that a balanced recommendation has been reached on the application overall. While he says, I have concerns about whether mitigation measures have been properly explored to reduce the impact and resident objections, they don't amount to strong enough grounds for an objection, and thus the fine balance for the recommendation is ultimately for the Development Committee to decide today. Councillor Dixon then goes on to make sort of 6 points, effectively reiterating the concerns that we've heard from Mr. Madeley, the Slowley Parish Council, about the feeling that Slowley Parish Council have been sort of left out of the process. They're not, the site isn't in Slowley Parish, but it is immediately adjacent. And I think there is a feeling that Slowley Parish haven't had their voice heard, or haven't had sufficient time to have their voice heard. So there's some issues there raised by Councillor Dixon that we would deal with internally, but yeah, he's not very happy with the sort of the way that the nearby residents have been allowed to have time to comment on this proposal.
Thank you. I think it is a little unfortunate the applicant didn't engage particularly well with the parish councils and local people. I don't believe there's a legal requirement for them to do so.
I mean, we do heavily encourage applicants, particularly large sites where there is a potential for impact. So we do encourage applicants to engage with both parish councils and local residents. But there is no legal requirement to go and undertake public consultation prior to an application. So they're not breaching any laws by not doing it, but clearly if you don't do that, it can lead to sort of issues of concern that people's voices aren't taken into account. But yeah, there's no legal requirement to do that.
Thank you. Not sure what my younger colleagues here know about the history of the site, but it's certainly been around about as long as I have. But my father actually worked there in the early 60s when it was Ross Frozen Foods. So it's not something that's recently evolved in the landscape. It has been around sort of slowly for a very considerable amount of time. Given the economic importance, I do feel we need to keep that under consideration, but it's over to you if you wish to seek a deferment for various reasons. I'm happy to take that proposal if that's what you want to do. I prefer to go that way than the alternative of refusing, which we'd have to vote down the recommendation to approve. So I'll just give you a total choice of where you go. So that's the toy. Yes, go ahead. Could you remind me who you are? We have had a member from Slowley Council speak. We only allow one speaker from a parish council normally. Right, but I have no record of you. I thought you were the Slowley Parish Council person, but we've clearly had. Okay, I'm just discussing with our legal officer. If you could be as brief as possible, I will permit you to speak. Oh, yeah. Yeah. I will give the applicant additional time if he didn't finish in this case.
Given that the whole basis is of recommending is its economic benefits, which are called into question. The threat to move the site to Europe is, I think, false. 28% of the potatoes grown in this country are in Norfolk, 24% if you include Scotland. Would any business move their factory when the bulk of their product is local? Move to Europe, Brexit, all the paperwork that you require to import potatoes. It's not that easy. Currency risks. Who might take over the site if they abandoned it? McCain's, based in Scarborough. Turnover, substantial turnover. They've got factories in Peterborough, Scarborough, Hull and Wolverhampton. They're looking to expand, and one of their risk on their risk register, a stable supply of potatoes would be very helpful. So there is an alternative for the site. I've never seen an application, whether it be for a private resident or anything else, where highways have not been allowed or objected to be passed through. Yet here, for some reason, highways have been sidelined, and instead pallets have replaced lorries. Frankly, I don't think that the economic case has been made, and disappointed that officers have not challenged the numbers quoted by Albert Bartlett. That's as brief as I could be. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Roberts, as there's been an additional 3 minutes allowed there, you may have a remainder of your time.
I'll just pick up where I left off then in that case. The elephant in the room, sorry. The elephant in the room through this process has been the height of the building. The requirement for a 4,000 pallet cold store is based on current usage. We currently store 2,100 pallets at site. We have a further 6 frozen lorries at site, which is overflow temporary storage, 4 frozen lorries off-site overflow temporary storage, and we ship 11 lorries full of bulk product weekly to and from the site. In addition, we also have some factors we know to increase the requirements, seasonality and events, specifically Christmas, Valentine's, Easter, Mother's Day, Father's Day, and so on. Going any smaller would not alleviate the strain in the high sales periods, nor would it make the entire project economically viable. Reducing the size, i.e. the height of the cold store by 1,000 pallets, for example, doesn't reduce the cost proportionately. We would still have the vast majority of fixed costs. Having gone through some significant inflationary challenges over the last 24 months, we need to be mindful of our cost base. As already stated, the consequences of us not upgrading this cold store to an appropriate level will leave us with some difficult decisions. We would have to stress test the ongoing viability of the site in Norfolk. Currently, Albert Bartlett have planning permission for a frozen potato processing factory in Scotland. If the planning application today was to fail, then we would need to consider all our options. The kit is transferable. The potatoes can be sourced in other parts of the country. In addition, we have partners in Europe who we would happily contract our production with and be able to turn that on relatively quickly. The kit being the easiest thing to move. It's the last thing on our minds, but the ongoing financial sustainability of the site and the Westwick business is at risk if we can't progress this project and continue our investment in the local area, which is substantial over the next 5 to 10 years. Just like to thank you all for your time today. We are proud to be part of the local area, and I would dispute some of the comments that have been made already here today around the engagement with the local group, but I think I've run out of time. Thank you.
Right, back to members. I have Councillor Toy first.
Morning, thank you. I'm more than concerned about the height of the proposed structure. And after viewing the images, which gives us all a flavour of what it could look like, it's obvious that this building will have an unacceptable negative impact on the surrounding views. If this was set in an industrial area, then yeah, I'm sure it would be acceptable, but this is not the case. These are communities and villages that are surrounded by low-lying rural land and by those lovely sheep that we saw in the picture, which I'm sure they're not bothered about. And therefore, in my opinion, this application should not be approved or at least deferred. Giving the applicant to review, it gives the applicant a chance to review the height, consult with the people that live around there. And there was also a lot of noise about what could happen if the applicant's proposal was denied. I'm sorry, if we're honest, that's not the concern of the people that actually live their lives there. This is a company, and the problems that they have with operational costs is not a concern to a resident. They just want to keep the view. They just want to live in a place that feels like home. So I don't think, as it stands, I couldn't support this purely because of the height of the building and the view. Thank you.
Thank you. Lauren.
Yeah, I mean, we bring cases like this to committee because the topic is difficult. It's a difficult proposal. You're balancing a number of competing issues here. We're looking at an established business that does contribute significantly to the local economy. There are, I mean, yes, looking at the images, clearly we can't say there's not going to be a visual impact. The building of that scale will have a visual impact, and we've acknowledged that in the report. So in sort of there's been questions about why are we sort of giving a recommendation of support here? Well, clearly we've looked at the evidence and we've made a balanced judgment. Now you as a committee may say, well, we don't accept the balance of weight that you've given to various issues, and you may come to a different view on that. But I think from an officer perspective, I think we've given a lot of weight to the economic benefits of this scheme. You may give a different weighting to that economic benefit. And that may, in your view, not be enough to outweigh the harm to the landscape or to heritage assets. But we've sort of taken a more sort of holistic view, factoring in those economic benefits, because it is a big employer. There's no hiding that. It's a big employer, and if that employer was lost, there would be a significant impact to the local economy. And we've taken that into account in our recommendation. But yeah, cases like this come to committee because they involve making difficult decisions.
Thank you. Councillor Adams.
Thank you. Well, I'd be comfortable, I suppose, to pause and understand the vehicle movements, but my understanding is that actually there would be a reduction due to the off-site storage of frozen goods. So I think we're also seeing here a reduction in noise, as I understand it, from the documents, and this would be more efficient and environmentally friendly in terms of the water usage, which, as we know, is a significant factor in potato processing. So we know the existing freezer provision is exhausted and needs to be replaced, and this would be more efficient and meet those requirements. The economic benefits here are certainly material. And you know, this has a significant role in local farming. There's local supply there, there's employment, and also non-domestic rates. So I actually put great weight to the response of the economic growth team in this as a statutory consultation, except, you know, there may be areas where we want to see further detail, but that's what I'm seeing so far. I mean, there was a previous comment that this isn't an industrial area. I think, as the chairman said earlier on, you know, this has been in place a very long time in terms of activities on this site. So it's already an area where this sort of activity has been happening for some time, and it would be an appropriate location for consideration of that continuing and developing and changing. I think it would win on appeal if we objected it, or refused it, I should say, personally. And I think there's a separation between this and the registered or the recognised heritage assets. And I believe the economic importance of this site does outweigh many of the concerns. But I would accept that you may want to defer and carry out a site visit to truly understand the function, the proposal, and some of those concerns over highways and visual impact. But my own view is that this should be accepted as an application. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Adams. Councillor Buttercover.
Thank you. Can I just ask a couple of questions, please? We've heard a couple of times from speakers that highways have not completed their reports. Is that factually correct? Have highways not completed their reports?
So Highways were consulted and they requested a transport statement in order to understand the number of vehicles that came back and forth. The applicant has provided the number of vehicles. There would be a reduction of 8 weekly, but basically there wouldn't be any intensification of use. So the concern was based on the intensification, the potential intensification of the site. The proposal is just for storage. The applicant has confirmed that the site isn't capable of higher production levels in their planning statement, and that it would just be storage, and that's the highways movements relating to storage would be reduced. So therefore, we as officers didn't have concerns, and we accepted that would be a reduction and an overall benefit.
Could I see the site plan back on the screen, please? The picture of the site as it stands currently. Sorry, go back.
Oh, back the other way.
To the so I want to look at the factory site from above.
Back the site from above, okay.
There we go.
Yeah.
So can I ask there's a sort of area there to the right of the proposal. What's included in that part of the site there?
I think that's the access.
That sort of block, is it equipment? Is it
the red block?
No, the grey block.
The grey block is the building, the factory site itself.
No, the one to the top there, the linear drawing.
There's existing plant and flue.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's what I'm asking is so what I was trying to find out was, could the height be lowered if it could be the base could be extended? Do you see what I mean? That's what I was trying to check.
Yes. I mean, potentially it could be lowered if it was to be extended, but I think the reason this was designed this way is because the constraints of the existing factory and the equipment that is required. So the flues and things like that are required, so they can't remove those.
No, that's fine. I just wanted to confirm for my own. I find this very, very difficult because I can understand both sides here. Having been a councillor here for a number of years, I can remember when this site was possibly going to be closed at one point and we were going to lose a lot of jobs to the local area. But I can understand the concerns and the impact on the area. So I am very, very torn on this. Can I ask the other question? Would a different colour of that building lower its impact? So I know that when we've been looking at plant for wind farms and things, we've had sort of green colour grading to try and put it better into the landscape. Would that be possible?
Yeah, it is something that our landscape officer has discussed, and that is what we would suggest as mitigation. It's listed in the conditions. We would want to retain control of the colour so that we could then come up with a suitable grading and colour scheme that would potentially help, rather than it blend in to the factory, that sort of very light grey. It might be better that it blends a darker colour so that it combines with the trees surrounding it. So we would condition that we could condition the colour.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll listen to the rest of the argument, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Could I just ask the applicant whether there is scope to do, as Councillor Whittaker has suggested, and to alter the location of the new cold store? Yes, just come to the front quickly, please.
We have assessed multiple different designs and multiple different ways of doing this. The only way that we can get 4,000 pallets onto site is in that design and that height. Anything else would involve us having additional vehicle movements because you would be moving things off site. So the only way that we can reduce the vehicle movements is by having those 4,000 pallets in there. If there was another way of doing it, we would have done that.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Fitchtibbett.
Mr. Chairman, Councillor Buttercover has beaten me to it. And also thank the applicant for explaining, because, you know, looking at that, it would seem simpler, in my point of view, to actually raise the height and extend the floor area. But apparently this is not possible. But I do have to say that despite the difficulties, we have to remember that this is the birthplace of Ross Frozen Foods. This has always been an industrial site, certainly way back to maybe the 30s. I'm not sure, just after the, can't remember the history, but a very, very long time. And if we put this at risk, then we are going to put several hundred people out of work, several hundred people who will be unable to pay their mortgage or their rent. They will then put extra stress on our already stressed housing list. So overall, I think I will go with the officer's recommendation to approve, because purely on the economic benefits and with the various conditions that have come up through the day.
You're proposing
Approval, certainly am.
Councillor Holiday.
And similarly, I've been preempted. I mean, looking at the site plan, I would have thought there was space to have a lower building. It would be closer to the houses, and that may not be acceptable to the residents. I'm not suggesting that for a minute, but it does. I'm not 100% comfortable with the argument that you can't have a lower building in a bigger footprint. And the economic benefits seem to be predicated on a theoretical possibility of the business closing rather than on real. And I find the economic assessment is a little bit lacking in actual substance. So that's my position. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hankins.
Thank you, Chair. Look, this is a difficult one because we're balancing local amenity and a business, an established business. The business is where it is. It's impractical to relocate it. It's as simple as that. I mean, in my ward, I have a significant business in Chris Maltings with warehouses that have just been approved, etc. It is the fact that the overriding consideration here is the business development in fact. What I'm concerned about is the alleged lack of consultation between the company and the local stakeholders. I'm minded to approve, subject to further consultations in that respect, just describing what the whys and wherefores of this particular plan. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. No input, Councillor Brown.
Well, I think the mood in the room is that this is an object lesson in how not to proceed with a controversial planning application. It may not be a legal requirement to consult more widely with the community, but certainly chickens come home to roost, as they are doing today. Not wishing to mix my metaphors. If you fail to engage with the community, I can only imagine the dread that local residents are feeling at the moment if this is approved. In terms, I know it's not a material consideration, but in terms of the effect on their residential properties, you could argue, and I'm sure people will, that there is a foreseeability test here, that if you purchase a property next to an industrial plant that's been there several decades, then it's quite likely that those premises, business premises, will expand. I think probably what is not foreseeable is what the applicant called the elephant in the room. Now, it may be possible to put part of the storage unit subterraneally, which would reduce the height substantially. I know the argument that would come back is that the cost of that would be prohibitive. Well, I'm sorry, you know, it does need to be considered. I personally think that this is so finely balanced, it would benefit from a site visit. I know that we don't take those or arrange those frequently, and we don't take the request lightly, but I am concerned about the photographic images being, you know, so slanted, for want of a better word, to show the height impact as being perhaps more minimal than it should be, as one of the objectors mentioned in their address to the committee today. So if only to get a site visit, I would be prepared to vote against the officer recommendation, but just merely to defer the decision. And I'm sorry if that's upsetting the applicant, but that may be the price that they are paying for not having engaged with the community a lot more efficiently than they could have done, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. So to say, being reasonably familiar with the area, I'm not convinced we'd see a great deal on a site visit, but of any direct impact. However, that's another way.
I'm inclined to completely support what Councillor Brown has just said, and if it comes to a vote of a site visit, I would definitely second it.
Okay, I think I see where we are. We have a proposal from Councillor Fitch-Tillett to go with the officer recommendation.
I will second that.
Yes, seconded by Councillor Adams. Thank you. Depending on the result of this vote, we will or will not be seeking an alternative recommendation from you. As for deferral, perhaps those who wish to go that way would rally their arguments. But we are currently voting on the officer recommendation, which is approval subject to the conditions set out in your papers.
Councillor Adams. Councillor Brown.
Against.
Councillor Fisher.
Against.
Councillor Fitch-Tillett.
For.
Councillor Hankins. Councillor Heinrich.
For.
Councillor Holliday. Councillor MacDonald.
Against.
Councillor Netherway. Councillor Catoy.
Against.
Councillor Butikofer.
The heavy heart for.
Councillor Varley.
For.
Six each. I have six each.
And my casting vote is for. We'll take a 15-minute break now. The meeting is adjourned till 25 past by the exact time. Okay, let us resume. Yeah. I'll give him a moment or two then. Okay, we move then to item 10, Formston, BF 242434. Mr. Smith, present please.
Thank you. Yeah, the application proposes 4 one-bed tree houses for short-term holiday lets and infrastructure car parking at Browns Cove in the woodlands along Hindle Veston Road. In terms of site location plan, yeah, it's in the woodland. It's to the east of Fulmerston and to the southwest of Swanton Novas. Committee may recall back in it was January 2023, but the application reference number was PF 213458 approved 2 tree houses in this woodland. You'll notice that the application is noticed on the site location plan as TH3 and TH4 and 6 are part of this application. You get that slide. And as you see, the 2 tree houses approved are TH1 and 2, as in TH for tree house. I would just raise at this point that this application is just looking at the 4 tree houses and it will be considered on its own merits, as was the application in the 2021 application was the 2 tree houses was considered at that time at its own merits. In terms of Treehouse 3, it's located near the approved Treehouse 1 and 2. It's located on the existing ride that's been upgraded. And it will propose access from the ride via a boardwalk and also include a fire pond as well. Yeah, so there are 4 tree houses proposed. They are 4 individually and architecturally distinct and bespoke in their own designs. Treehouse 3, I've just put 2 elevations on. It's over 2 floors, timber cladded oak frame with a total height of 8.2 metres. I've just put a visualisation to give a view of what it would look like. In terms of the floor plan, it's over 2 floors. It'll have sleeping and living room and sauna at the first floor and a dining room, kitchen and a water closet to the ground floor. Moving on to Treehouse 4, again, this is located to the sort of the northwest of the site. There's a cluster of Treehouse 4, 5 and 6 together. An existing ride will be upgraded, which is similar to the rides upgraded for the Treehouses 1 and 2. It will include cluster parking for 3 units, a turning head for emergency vehicles and fire ponds. Again, the Treehouse 4 is accessed, as you can see by the right-hand illustration, by a boardwalk and also a raised platform in this instance. This is in terms of elevation, you'll see this is inspired by lightweight natural structures such as a weaver bird's nest, wasp's nest or a pine cone or a chrysalis. It's clad in overlap timber shingles. And the intention is that the majority of the materials from the construction will be with timber is sourced from locally from the wood itself. This is approximately 9.8 metres in height. Again, the visualisation, you'll see the boardwalk leads onto a raised platform to access into the treehouse. In terms of floors, it's raised off the ground. There's living space and shower room at the first floor with the second floor as the bedroom. Treehouse 5. Again, access via a boardwalk and also close to the turning head for fire service. It has a vertical timber veil. It's got a vertical timber veil that wraps around the building itself. The veil is formed by privacy posts for secondary infill panels and again used from coppice timber from the woodland itself. And this acts like a screen around the building to reduce, says glazing and light spill. It's approximately 10 metres in height. There's 3 floors, but only the first and second floor are utilised for the living accommodation. Again, there's a visual illustration which you can see the timber veil surrounding the structure. The south of Treehouse 5, you've got Treehouse 6. And again, this is anyway opposite of the other 3. It's a circular form, timber clad, and what it has is a privately walled garden within the curved form. And this is more illustrated by the section, as you can see. the glazing is here within the circular form, and to access it, you'll come by a sort of private walled garden accessed via like an opening, just so there. There you go. That's just an illustration of how it looks from sort of around the trees and externally. It is within a woodland setting, so I was going to show a small series of photographs because after a while the woodland setting becomes a woodland setting. So this is the indicative location of Treehouse 3, Treehouse 4. This one is Treehouse 5. This is looking west, southwestward out of Treehouse 5 and 6. And the next one is Treehouse 6. And this is the existing ride to be upgraded to access for the cluster of tree houses. The site is near, in terms of sort of, it's near the pub. So this one illustrates the designated sites nearby, the National Nature Reserve and the Triple SI. And we've also got to the west of the site is you've got a public footpath and bridleway. Equally, tree houses 1 and 2 were visible from this pathway. Tree houses 3 to 6 are set within the woodland setting and should be visible. So this is the key elements of the application, which I'll just run through some of the highlights. In terms of the principle of development, obviously it's a new build, unserviced tourist attraction or development, I should say, in the countryside location, which conflicts with one of our core strategy policies, EC7. In terms of design and appearance, this has been covered in the presentation. As you can see, it's 4 distinctly architecturally designed tree houses. However, they will only be seen from within the woodland and the people who are obviously occupying them as part of their holiday. In terms of biodiversity and ecology, there are no outstanding quantity objections in regard to ecology, trees and biodiversity subject to appropriate conditions of mitigation enhancement. The report refers to the committee report refers to an updated Triple SI impact assessment, which has been received and considered by a landscape officer. Subject to confirming the groundwater levels and therefore the viability of what is the proposed cesspits, there should not be any further objection. However, further information can be treated by relevant planning condition in regard to this aspect. Lighting and glazing. So lessons have been learned in respect of the previous application because officers raised concern with the impact on nocturnal character to do with lighting and glazing. This proposal obviously has in 2 ways of overcome this concern by design itself. And also, as opposed to using BLT glass, they are proposing a lighting strategy which reduced the external visibility by 40% when compared to a residential dwelling. And this can be treated by way of a condition in the event of an application being approved. In terms of biodiversity net gain, they're proposing 18%, which is slightly above the statutory requirement of 10%. But I would like to add, it's important to note that this is a woodland setting. Incremental increase of persons enjoying the site in its setting would impact gradually on its nocturnal character and ecological activity, though this will increase as visitors increase over time. In terms of nutrient neutrality and flooding and drainage, the site is not within a nutrient neutrality zone or catchment area. However, it's proposing 2 cesspits. These have to be tankered out. The waste has to be tankered out from a cesspit, and it's proposed to be tankered out by licensed contractors in compliance with environmental protection regulations. Little Snoring has been identified as where it be tankered to, which is outside the catchment area. And in the event that the application is approved, officers would recommend the disposal of the wastewater is secured by a 6106 agreement to ensure that the nutrient neutrality catchment in the lifetime of an event of over 80 years. In terms of highways and parking, there is adequate parking on site. However, as per the previous application in 2021, this is not considered a suitable location having regard to accessibility and the reliance on the private vehicles. This would be contrary to the aims of EC7, CT5 and paragraph 117 of the core strategy. In terms of flooding and drainage, the clusters of number 4 to 6 tree houses are using a cesspit, which is the least preferable option in respect to the drainage hierarchy. but it is stated to be the only practical solution. Cesspits requires tankering waste out regularly, which is not a sustainable approach to drainage. The landscape has reviewed some additional information, advised that the borehole data is said to be outdated and the groundwater, in fact, may be higher than it could have an impact, therefore, on the viability of the cesspit. So, however, we advise that further site investigation is recommended. However, this could be treated by way of a planning condition. Officers are mindful of the concerns raised through the previous application with respect to fire safety, and the fire safety service consultant raised no objection to the scheme, subject to following key measures such as meeting building regulations, procedures and processes. Again, fire safety can be treated by way of a planning condition. In respect of detailed the planning balance as part of the presentation, but in summary, there are clearly benefits associated with the scheme, such as economic, sustainability benefits, renewable energy, and also a distinctive architectural approach. These weigh positively in its favour. However, there is conflict with one of our core strategy policies, EC7, and sustainability in terms of access to services and facilities and reliance on the private car. Should the committee be minded to approve this application, it should be for 4 tree houses only, and these could be shielded on its own merits. The benefits of the conservation enhancement is tied to the income generated by the tree houses in order to support the delivery of the woodland management plan. However, this woodland management plan was secured and offered as part of the 2021 application and not as this application. Therefore, whilst the benefits of the scheme are acknowledged, they're not considered sufficiently to outweigh the identified policy conflicts. And officers recommend refusal as above. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, let's go to speakers. I have no parish speaker, no objecting speaker, no supporting speaker. Assume it's Nicola Wright to present, or is it Lord Hastings? You only get 3 minutes, so you'll have to split it between you, 1.5 each. Okay.
This proposal supports the diversification of an existing rural business and helps keep local employment. It's part of a landscape scale conservation project aligning with objectives of the Environment Agency, DEFRA, and Natural England for Greener Growth. NPPF, Paras 88 and 89 support the diversification of agricultural and land-based businesses, encourage well-designed new buildings and rural tourism, and accept they may be beyond usual settlements or good transport links. Para 85 encourages developments capable of being made more sustainable. This is what I've done in not just applying for planning permission, but in linking it to a landscape scale conservation project and removing the environmental damage caused by timber harvesting. Officers consider the woodland does not have the capacity to absorb the adverse landscape impacts arising from the proposal. It's an opinion, but it's unsupported by any evidence. Arising from this proposal will be a landscape scale conservation project with a very large BNG. Any adverse landscape impacts would have to be pretty catastrophic to negate that. CS policy EN9, unless you can prove otherwise, and I'm talking about evidence, I would say the mensurable benefits of this development do clearly, quote, outweigh the impacts on the features of the site and the wider network of natural habitats. And I would say that, quote, prevention, mitigation and compensation measures are provided. Quote, this proposal will inevitably lead to pressure on the woodlands, including through habitat disturbance. Conjecture. This proposal will lead to the creation of a far more diverse and ecologically rich landscape than is there at present. We have a legally binding management plan. Fact. Guests will stick to well-tended paths that already exist. They will not disturb habitat. Officers consider that the development will adversely impact on the woodland's character and nighttime environment. Opinion. Most would say the buildings will add cultural interest to the character of some very large woods. We have adhered to lighting guidance drafted in association with the Bat Conservation Trust. The point is, we're taking every care to limit adverse impacts and maximize beneficial ones. Quote, despite mitigation, future expansion and intensification of use of the woodland will likely pose a risk to high biodiversity value trees, potentially leading to removal. Likely, potentially, conjecture. Of greater risk to high biodiversity would be to disallow the project. I'm developing my plans with Norfolk Wildlife Trust consultant and sharing my intentions with an enthusiastic Natural England. To prove I was acting in good faith, you asked for a binding management plan. You knew that my ecological plans were contingent on economic plans for 14 tree houses. Several of you referred to the projected number. I accepted in good faith. To say now that the biodiversity enhancements are secured and it would not be reasonable to double count is a breach of trust. The car dependency chestnuts. Wherever tourists stay, town or country, they all drive to similar tourist locations. There will probably be more people parked in Lady Anne's Drive over the coming weekend than will drive to 6 tree houses in a year. Conjecture, I admit. On a separate matter, noting comments from last time, but also reflecting my own strongly held desire, if I am successful today, there will be an accessible house in the next phase. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, go to the local member, Councillor Hankins.
Chairman. First of all, I'd like to commend the officer and the applicant in their diligence in putting together this proposal. It is an unusual proposal, and I commend their extreme work in making this happen. In terms of the applicant at considerable cost, I think you should look at page 90, which gives the reasons that I have called this in. I think they are sound reasons, and I think that this will inevitably be a very significant innovation project. In principle, this is another example of farm diversification. This wood is part of a much bigger agricultural farm, and we have struggled as members to recognise diversification in this respect. In the event, we have approved a number that recognise this farm diversification. The actual woodland that is proposed woodland development is proposed is innovative, to say the least, and it is essential to support this woodland operation. Woodlands and forests don't manage themselves. They have to be managed in terms of biodiversity, and they have to be managed at cost, and considerable planning, and that involves jobs. There is a misapprehension here that this particular tourist accommodation could be likened to Sheringham Park. Let me make the point that the cohort that will use this are unlikely to be thrilled by a golf cart procession around Sheringham Park. This is a totally different cohort, as I see it. This is a cohort that looks to, if you like, get away from it all and enjoy some real forestry accommodation. In my experience, in order to enjoy that accommodation, you have to spend time in the forest, and this particular application addresses that. In addition, it is part of the council's policy to provide a more diverse tourist accommodation, and this, I believe, ticks that box fully. So, to conclude, I think I'd remind members that this is a minor development. It is a development which is innovative and extremely difficult to put into boxes. That's the way I view it. So I would request, I'd suggest to members they look carefully at this in view of its innovation and difference, and consider rejecting the proposal to refuse and furthermore to move eventually a proposal to accept. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. I'm sure some of you will recall the arguments made the original applications, and tend to think they still apply. I tend to think the original arguments we made when the first two came up still apply, as you've largely pointed out. So, members, Councillor Adams.
Well, I think first of all, I've got to congratulate Mike for continually bringing us interesting applications. I think if there was some sort of league table on that, he'd be in a different league to the rest of us with this one and the previous one. Perhaps just won a Champions League there. So thank you for that, Councillor Hankins. Stibbard Ward, certainly a source of interesting applications. So I think applications like this are essential for the diversification of the visitor economy, and I think it's distinct and quite novel, really. And I firmly believe we should be finding ways to make the prospect of securing such new tourism accommodation that is so distinctive easier. I mean, we have an oversupply of certain other tourism accommodation. If you think Airbnbs in residential areas that were intended for family homes, and I think one of the strengths here is we have a natural environment in North Norfolk, and some accommodation should be enabling people to get close to that. So I think this is truly exceptional, and I really liked seeing the designs on the screen a few minutes ago. Really some outstanding designs there. I think another real positive for this is its support by renewable energy, very sustainable, and in terms of the increase in biodiversity. So I also attach great weight again to the response of, the economic growth team here. So I think the economic, ecological implications, the outstanding design, in my mind, outweigh the EC7 policy in terms of weighting, and perhaps we can deal with the concerns over foul disposal by condition as was described. So I won't be supporting the officer recommendation, but I will certainly be seeking to support the application's approval in this instance, having weighed up. And I appreciate, you know, these issues are balanced against policy, and this is the right place to discuss those in this instance where we feel that discussion should take place. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Councillor Fisher.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's difficult to use EC7 and CT5 on this sort of property when if it was in a position more close to a village or to a highway, they wouldn't be proposing them. So and I listened carefully to Councillor Adams and what he said, and I think that I will listen very carefully to Councillor Varley, who I'm sure is going to speak in a minute. But at the moment, I would go against the officer's recommendation.
Councillor Varley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Firstly, my thanks to the case officer and also for the applicant today to take us through all of these aspects. It really does help this committee make an informed decision. I find this application incredibly innovative and exciting, and I think as a council we must aid in diversification and good sensible economic strategies going forwards. We should encourage these sort of applications. It's nice to see that these houses will have renewable energy. That's really important. The design, I think, you know, albeit subjective, I think the design is of a very good quality. It should aid in reducing any concerns from light and any negative impacts on biodiversity. So I'm encouraged by that. My only sort of query was the applicant mentioned that additional houses going forwards will cater for those with accessible needs. Am I right in thinking then that these current ones do not cater for those with accessible needs? Okay, that is slightly concerning and disappointing. I would like to see if that's possible, that these, if we are minded to grant permission today, that these do have those facilities to make it accessible for all. I think that would be really prudent. But I think, Mr. Chairman, I find myself supportive of this application, and therefore I can't I can't go with the officer's recommendation. Thank you.
Yeah, I just wanted to make two observations. So first, obviously, we heard from the applicant referencing 14 tree houses on this site. Now, it's worth saying that there is no outline permission for 14 dwellings on this site. Yes, the number was referenced when we considered the application before, but you as a committee have not granted permission for 14 units on this site. So please don't feel that you have to grant permission because there's an agreement in the past that said that 14 was permissible. That's actually not the case. In terms of the officer report, now clearly we've cited the policies in your core strategy, which led to the recommendation of refusal. Now, we've also referenced or indirectly referenced the emerging local plan, which also wouldn't support this type of development in that policy document. So clearly we're talking about here a departure from the development plan, and you as a committee would have to articulate your reasons for departing from that development plan were you to go against officer recommendation and grant approval. Now, we've mentioned previously there was a BNG plan that came with the first application, and that did propose quite a significant BNG enhancement. I think the figure around 10,000% was quoted at committee or there or thereabouts. So there was a significant benefit that you attached to delivery of that level of BNG at that time. Now, clearly that offer, that material consideration that weighed in favour has already been secured, and therefore you can't re-secure it because it's already been secured. So actually, if you attach further weight to something that's already been secured, then that's to my mind isn't sort of rational in terms of planning decision. Now, in this case, the applicant has proposed 18% BNG, and that's obviously 8% above the mandatory requirement. So, of course, you as a committee could give weight to that additional BNG. But I just wanted to set out in terms of if you're heading where I think you're heading as a committee, you just need to think about the grounds for a decision and sort of explaining the departure from policy so it's clear. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Butikofer.
I have two concerns. One is around the drainage. Anyone who uses just a septic tank knows the problems associated with that. So using a system where you're tanking away worries me. And also the type of vehicle you're going to need to get to the properties to be able to tank away. It's going to be, you're going to need a tractor with some kind of tank attached at a minimum. I think the other thing for me is the concern so it's interesting what Mr. Lyons has just said, the idea of more on the site concerns me. I love the designs. I think they look great. I'd love to be supportive. My concern is the more buildings you put on that location, it's going to damage the character of the woodland. I understand it's a big woodland. I know the area relatively well. So I feel very, very torn. I love you know, the designs absolutely blow my mind. You know, I'd love to stay in one of them. I think they look great and I like the location, but I just worry about the sustainability of the foul removal. And I wouldn't want to see any more, you know, any more building on that site. I would be saying if I was going to approve, I'd want something to say that's it, no more on that site. And I don't know whether that's a possible condition or not. So that's.
I think the simple answer is no. I don't think it would be reasonable to do that because one can't stop an individual applying for planning permission on their land. Unless Fiona has a different view, but.
And of course, we assess each application on its merits. So were you to decide to approve this, then not necessarily the case you'd approve a future application. That's the toy.
Right, just for my understanding, we have already have two tree houses, which again, I'll have to read with my colleague next to me. Absolutely fantastic. They look brilliant, look like good fun and something different to do. But I do have my concerns about the impact. I'd like to know how it will be managed. I know you can't predict your clientele, but the last thing you want is, as much as I love children and families, how is that going to be managed if people are in that country zone and using it as their own and not appreciating where they are? Because that will be a real concern for me. And again, 14, I don't know the site without seeing it with my bare eyes. 14 does seem to be a lot. And yeah, I'm not decided yet, but I'm not exactly happy about it.
I'd remind you, we're not dealing with 14, we're doing an application for
Yes,
additional
I
4.
understand. I
bringing it
understand
to
that.
total to 6.
Yeah, I understand.
Anything after that, for the committee at the time to
Yeah, no,
decide
I do understand that. Thank you.
Councillor Brown, I see your hand up.
Thanks, Chair. Yes, I think obviously in the recommendation, officers have highlighted policy EC7 and CT5. EC7 is a bit of a curiosity to be honest, to regard them because they're unserviced as permanent dwellings. Seems to be a little bit outdated, and I haven't got the emerging local plan with me, but it will send me scurrying to check whether that is replicated moving forward when that's adopted by the end of the year. So with my champion of planning policy hat on, I've got to say that it does concern me that there needs to be material considerations, as we know under legislation, to justify us going against policy constraints. And I'm not sure we have them this time round. I'm also a little bit wary that the report seems to suggest that we didn't quite get lighting and glazing right in 2021 when we approved the first 2. And I was on that committee that did approve them, just for the record. So I'm not wholly convinced. I get that we do need to diversify to look after our tourist industry, because it is an industry, of course, bringing valuable income into the district. But I'm just a little bit concerned, innovative as these designs are, and I take on board what Councillor Buttigieg and my colleague said about, you know, the attraction of them, and it would be, you know, somewhere where you'd want to stay yourselves. That is an admirable personal view, but I don't know whether it qualifies as a material consideration. So I'm afraid I'm going to break ranks and I'm going to accept the recommendation from the officer.
Okay, so you are proposing officer recommendation.
Yeah.
Councillor Fitch-Tillett.
With regret, I'm going to have to second the proposal. I think that the first time, excuse me, I've got a tickle, that I've been in this planning committee for the last 23 years, when I've seen design come up on the screen and gone, wow, they are fabulous. But my major concern is the drainage. So I will second it on that.
Okay. Councillor Holiday, then we'll have a vote.
Just to echo that, I note it's on the River Stiffkey, which I note that the River Stiffkey starts just in that area, so the drainage would be an issue for me as well. Thank you.
Okay, we have proposal by Councillor Brown, second by Councillor Fitch-Tillett. Go with the officer recommendation, which is refusal. Okay.
Councillor Adams. Councillor Brown.
For.
Councillor Fisher.
Against.
Councillor Fitch-Tillett. For. I have Councillor Cankins not voting as predetermined. Councillor Heinrich.
Against.
Councillor Holiday. Councillor MacDonald.
Against.
Councillor Netherway. Councillor Toy.
For.
Councillor Butikofa. For. Councillor Varley. I have 5 for and 6 against.
Okay, we have turned down the officer recommendation. I therefore need an alternative proposal, either deferral or approval, with reasons, please. If somebody would like to take up that challenge. You can't, Councillor Hankin, I think, because you're predetermined. You can speak, yes, but we need a proposer for either deferral or approval at this stage, please. And
in this particular instance, and my belief is that in terms of that balance, which has been difficult, I think the officers come down on the wrong side of the slide, quite frankly. So that's my contribution. And in addition, I would support the officers' insistence that we are looking at an application for 4 houses, not 14. That's the application that's in front of us. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
thank you. So do I have a proposal? Anybody? Or do I put myself in a rather awkward position yet again?
Well,
Yes, Councillor Adams.
thank you. Well, I think as we had from the officer, we can look at the issues with the foul drainage by condition. I truly feel the EC7 policy is outweighed by the economic factors and policies, the outstanding design and ecological benefits. So that would be on the basis which I would want to support the application, with the proviso that we obviously have to look at several factors by condition.
Yeah, thank you. So you are proposing approval?
I am indeed.
Thank you. Councillor Varley.
I'm happy to second that based on conditions.
Could we have some indication of the conditions you would wish to see? Or are we able to help them?
Yeah, thank you. I've got a list here of the conditions approved previously. If you want just to quickly, briefly go through them. They were obviously time limit was a standard condition. We've got approved plans. We've got just to finally agree all the details, the colour, finish and materials of the design. We had VLT glass glazing. This time that would be you would secure the lighting strategy as opposed to VLT glass. It's in accordance with all the arboricultural information, in accordance with all the ecological information, including mitigation enhancement. There's also a construction environmental management plan, which I do believe they've actually already sent to me, maybe a day or so ago in advance. There was a woodland management plan, but that was obviously as part of the first application. That's would have been agreed and legally tied or legally agreed as a first application. We also conditioned the holiday accommodation to be holiday accommodation and restrictive occupancy of that. That was also secured within section 106. And the GRAMs, which they've paid, but obviously to making sure they've started the application. So I think we would also see the conditions such as further site investigation in terms of the groundwater levels to ensure that the viability of the cess tank. Yeah, and a section 106. So a list of the section 106 that additionally, so previously the section 106 conditioned no barbecues, bonfires for the concern of the fire safety. The section 106 also conditioned that the same applicant is the freehold and leasehold owner. There's no selling off of each individual plot per se. It can only be used as holiday accommodation, a register of lettings. Obviously, the GRAM's contribution can go in there if it hasn't already been paid, and the monitoring fee, but also it's a nutrient neutrality as well to make sure that if the cess tank is going forward, we need to make sure that the wastewater is outside of the catchment area. So we've added, just added a couple in extra to the previous section 106.
Okay, so just in terms of making sure we capture accurately what Councillor Adams as the benefits or the reasons for outweighing the policy. So I noted down that you said primarily that these are buildings of outstanding quality design, and the ecological benefits, i.e. the 8% above mandatory B&G is what you'd attach weight, and also the economic benefits of tourist accommodation that would bring to the local economy. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So I suppose in terms of the actual final wording of conditions, we can, if you're wanted to approve, we can delegate that to the Assistant Director for Planning to finalise the specific wordings. Obviously, we're not going to agree every sort of minutiae of wording here in committee. So if we can agree to delegate that, then we can action those forward.
Those on second are happy with that?
I've just got one query. I obviously mentioned additional accessibility needs. Is that something we can condition facilities for these or not?
I mean, you could, in theory, you could condition them, but I suppose the question is would that condition be deliverable? Because you're talking about a more challenging access situation here. But it's a matter, maybe a question to ask the applicant. Yeah.
Could I just ask the applicant whether one satisfied, council?
Yeah, in this instance, that's fine.
Okay. Okay, unless anybody else has something pertinent, we now have a proposal to approve, proposed by Councillor Adams, seconded by Councillor Varley, and the approval will be subject to the long list of conditions as outlined related to the previous approval, plus additions at section 106. Yes. Microphone. The microphone was off.
Yeah, just the 7 obligations in the 106 agreement, which will be predominantly like this, but just have the in addition, the removal of the wastewater outside the catchment, the GRAM's contribution and the council monitoring fee.
Thank you. Okay, can we go to the vote, please?
Councillor Adams. Councillor Brown.
Against.
Councillor Fisher.
For.
Councillor Fitch-Tillett.
Against.
Councillor Heinrich,
4,
Councillor Holiday, Councillor MacDonald,
4,
Councillor Netherway, Councillor Toy,
4,
Councillor Butikofer,
4,
Councillor Varley, 6. I have 8, 3 and 4 against.
the application is approved subject to conditions. Thank you. Councillor Fisher.
Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry, I'm going to have to leave you now to catch a train, even though my wife thinks they wait. I'm afraid they don't.
Greater Anglia have a very efficient timetable.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I have to leave at 1:30 at the very latest.
Yes, and I'm aware Councillor Blathwaite also has to leave. Hence, I'm, see, Reuben has appeared. I'm going to, I'm afraid, I was waiting for Sutton to move the Potter Heigham application up to the next item to enable people to get to meetings.
Yeah,
I
thank
will-
you very much, Chair.
Yeah.
I really appreciate that.
I will also propose when we do that, that we, given the way things are flowing, we suspend standing orders to enable us to complete all the business before we take a break. Sandwiches will be provided at the end. That's feasible.
So we're going on to,
Okay. Okay, we'll come back to that while we take further legal advice. I'm getting conflicting opinions from different people on this. Okay, we'll proceed at the moment with item 12 on the agenda. It's Potter Heigham RV 242059, please. Reuben, when you're ready.
Okay, thank you, Chairman. Good afternoon, everyone. So this is item 12 on the agenda, which is application RV 242059 for amendments to the opening hours of an existing gym, which was granted at appeal following the refusal of application PF 181298. The changes see the opening hours revised from 6:15 and 7:30 Monday to Fridays to 6:15 to 8 o'clock Monday to Fridays, and to allow opening on Saturday mornings between 8 and 12 in the morning. By way of a brief update, the Parish Council have provided an additional objecting statement along with SAM2 speed awareness data, as well as the officer report, highways response and appeal decision on the previously approved 2018 appeal, all of which have been uploaded to the website. So in terms of the plans, so the site is located at, not in the village, but to the northeast of the village on the outskirts, along a single track country lane, which is Marsh Road, and it is within an existing farm complex, although most of the site is no longer used for farming purposes anymore. Thank you. So this is just a closer view of the site. So the building in question, in which the gym is located, is marked by the red star. So it is within a part of what was a former agricultural building, and the lead up to the site is along Marsh Road, which is highlighted in blue to the site access just to the south. This is an aerial view of the site. So again, you can see the array of what were former farm buildings on the site, and you can see the large farmhouse just to the right of that star. And then there are a number of existing residential properties to the south of the site, all along Marsh Road. This was the approved site plan in 2018, site outlined in red. As you can see, part of the former agricultural building converted to a gym. The site access was moved from the far left to where the red line is now, and then you've got the existing parking arrangements on the site for the gym. These are just for reference only, really, but this just gives you an idea of what the building looked like at the time it was approved under appeal in 2018. And then moving on to the photos. So the gym is the building at the back right of the picture. So it's that back half of the former agricultural building, and this is the little access route leading up to the site. This is the site entrance to the complex. The next series of photos are taken along Marsh Road, and as you go through them, we'll be progressively moving from east to west. Now, these won't give you a true reflection of what the road is like, obviously, but they give you some idea as to the road conditions. So this is the site entrance looking in a westerly direction. This is looking back the other way in an easterly direction towards the site entrance. And you can see by that this is a single track road. And then gradually moving westwards along Marsh Road, and then we come across the residential properties on the left-hand side of the photo. This is looking back eastwards. The site is in the very background on the horizon, and this is the former site access to the site. Moving further westwards, so again, you can see that this is, again, single track road with grassed verges on one side and then the residential properties and driveways on the other. We then come to a bend further west, so this is largely a blind bend, and again, all single track. And just note on the photos that you can obviously see that there are no formal passing places on Marsh Road, so it is very much a case of cars at the moment having to mount verges or use private driveways in order to be able to pass. And this is the same bend, but looking back the other way eastwards. And again, moving further westwards away from the site, there's an Anglian Water treatment works just on the right of this photo. But again, this is approaching that bend from the westerly direction. So for this application, the two main issues for consideration are residential amenity, policies EN4 and EN13, and highway safety, which is policy CT5. In respect of the first amendment to the application, this being the addition of 30 minutes of use in the evening up to 8 p.m, it is recognised that this may lead to a modest additional degree of use later into the evening. However, given the very limited extent of this additional use and the separation distance of the gym to the nearest residential properties on Marsh Road, it is considered that an extra 30 minutes of use at this time would not give rise to any significantly detrimental impact upon amenity. In respect of the second amendment, which is to allow the use of the gym on Saturday mornings between 8 and 12, this will represent a clear increase in use, with a likely associated increase in vehicular use of the site and Marsh Road. There may be additional noise and disturbance arising from this. However, the test is whether this would be an extent that would be considered significantly detrimental. In this respect, although cars will be arriving probably before 8 a.m, this is not considered that it would generate a level of activity or noise that could be considered as significantly detrimental. No more so than on a weekday at present, and is not wholly dissimilar to other rural roads that may have a mix of both residences and businesses. Furthermore, the council's environmental health officer has no objections, subject to potentially limiting the use of amplified music. So on balance, there are no overriding concerns in terms of policies EN4 and EN13. Turning to highways impact, Marsh Road, which serves the site, is single track with grass verging, no footpaths nor formal passing places, and a lack of lighting as seen in the photos presented. The Highway Authority objected to the original application in 2018 on highway safety grounds. However, the planning inspector disagreed. As case officer, I did conduct an additional early morning site visit at the request of the parish council, and this was at about 5:30 in the morning, ready for the first gym session, which was at 6:15. This was to further assess the level of traffic using Marsh Road as a result of the gym. It was observed that between 12 to 14 vehicles roughly, were heading towards and leaving from the direction of the gym during the time of the visit. And it was noted that a couple of these vehicles did appear to be driving at speed and with evidence of wear and tear being caused to the grass roadside verge. So there is no dispute that the gym has increased vehicular use of Marsh Road, noting the frequency of classes and the possible increase in staffing numbers since the original appeal decision. And extended use to Saturdays has the potential to result in further vehicular use of the road. However, the impact would be arguably no different to the use on weekdays, which has already been accepted by the planning inspector. Although there would potentially be a greater propensity of conflict between drivers and weekend tourists, walkers and residents. Crucially, however, no objections have been raised by the Highway Authority. The concerns of local residents, the parish council and the local councillor are well recognised, and you will of course be hearing from them shortly, and there is a degree of sympathy with their views. They do need to be taken into account, and I'm only too aware of the strength of feeling having been involved with the site on and off since 2018. However, on balance, it is considered that refusal of this application on highway safety grounds cannot reasonably be justified under policy CT5 in this instance. In terms of some other matters, it is recognised that since 2018, the gym has grown in popularity, has diversified, and may well have more instructors and a wider variety of fitness classes on offer. However, it is worth re-emphasising that the planning inspector did not pose any restrictions on the gym other than opening hours. This being the case, the local planning authority have no real strict control over the frequency or range of classes on offer, nor on staffing numbers. Also factored into the recommendation is the balance between both preserving residential amenity and recognising highways issues, with supporting a growing and successful business with the associated economic and social benefits that this brings. Further concerns have been raised in regards to driver behaviour relating to gym users. However, this is not a material planning consideration, it's beyond the control of the local planning authority. Finally, concerns in regards to the gradual creep of extended opening hours have been raised. However, the local planning authority can only consider the application before it in terms of the amended times as currently proposed. It is worth noting that the local planning authority have previously refused permission for the gym to open 7 days a week. Ultimately, as the report highlights, this is a finely balanced decision, taking into account the concerns raised by residents and the parish council and consideration of the overall potential impacts of the increased use, as well as the benefits of the gym. So it is concluded that refusal on highway and amenity grounds with no objection from the Highway Authority, nor from the Council's Environmental Health team, would be difficult to substantiate, and therefore taking into account the limited additional impact and the overall benefits, the proposed variation is considered to be acceptable. So to conclude, it is considered it complies with the development plan, subject to appropriate conditions, is highlighted on page 127 of the report. Thank you.
Thank you. I have a number of speakers on this one. From the Parish Council, Sheridan Turner. Come to the microphone at the front, please. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the committee for the opportunity to speak on behalf of the Potter Heigham Parish Council and the community we serve. First, contrary to what has been published in the press and social media recently, the Parish Council is not objecting to a women's only gym, nor is it against business development. We are objecting to the most recent planning request made by the Hut Gym to extend operating hours from 6:15 a.m. in the morning to 8 p.m. Monday to Friday and Saturday mornings. It is the volume of traffic that is generated by a business that has grown exponentially over the past 6 years that have generated our concern. The Council understands that you consider each planning application based on its own merit and what is presented at this time. The Council objective at this time is to present a holistic picture of what has transpired over the past 6 years and demonstrate the phenomenon of creep that was which has brought us to where we are today, and a creep from what was approved by the Planning Inspectorate in 2019. The many incremental changes made to the business operations have collectively led to a transformational change that are negatively impacting the community and the environment. The Hut Gym began operating in 2017. In 2019, they submitted an application retrospectively to change the use of an agricultural building and to a fitness studio and car park. This was refused, but upon appeal, as you have been told, the Planning Inspectorate granted permission based on conditions that the gym was operating out of a small cubicle, primarily one-to-one instruction with some small classes and one employee, and not open outside of 6:15 to 5:30, Monday to Friday. Although these conditions were very clear, they were never adhered to in practice. Gradually, more classes have been added, 3 additional staff, and the gym functioning 7 days a week, as is published on their website. This has been a blatant disregard to the planning process and your mandate to consider and decide on planning applications, ensuring development aligns with local planning policies and regulations. In June of 23, another retrospective submission was made to extend hours of operation from 6:15 to 9:00 p.m. every 7 days a week. This again was refused based on a clear deviation from the original condition 2 specified by the Planning Inspectorate, along with the position of Highways, that this location could not be considered as suitable for a fitness studio, as it would inevitably result in increased vehicle use on Marsh Road and the surrounding substandard network. It would increase flood risk, risk to environmental health, and detrimental to mental health of residents. In November 23, Highways strongly objected to a planning application made by Glebe Farm, retrospectively, for change of use of a barn to commercial storage and vehicle parking. We respectfully request.
I'm going to stop you there. Your
decline.
3 minutes is. Okay. I have objecting speaker, Louisa Sharpless. Then you have maximum 3 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, panel. Thank you, Sheridan. Thank you, Sheridan, for providing an overview of the bigger picture, which I hope the Planning Committee can see that any decision made on this application affects a far wider reach and impact than just a small lane. As a member of the local community and living on Marsh Road, I echo the Parish Council's concerns. Marsh Road and most of Church Road are single track lanes, as you've seen, providing the only access for visitors, residents, bikers, dog walkers and horse riders to footpath 14, Weaver's Way, public bridleway 16, along with access to our highways network. The single track road has established hedgerows and banks, no designated passing places, no streetlights and several blind bends. There are at least 5 homes whose driveways are on those blind bends, making egress challenging, especially with a speed limit of 30 miles per hour. I know the Parish Council have repeatedly requested that this be changed to 20 miles per hour, but have been told it is cost prohibitive. We have already had an incident, which police have been notified about, where a resident's dog was struck twice by a member of the gym's vehicle, knocking the dog off balance as they had nowhere to go. They did not stop. On this occasion, the dog was okay. However, this proves the point that the road is not suitable or safe for the amount of vehicles it currently houses. To conclude, this planning committee refused the original retrospective application to build the studio, but this was overturned by appeal with an extremely specific set of conditions as outlined by Sheridan earlier. Since 2019, this hasn't been respected or adhered to by the operation of the studio. Little by little, additional hours have been added, classes have been increased to include men and children, although advertised still as a private women's only facility and now 7 days a week. By its own admission, the current application is a contradiction from the actual reality now, as we sit here today. We're not against business. I'm certainly not against business. It just is in the wrong place. It's in the wrong location. It doesn't complement the council policies that have been put in place to protect our rural amenity and our highway safety and safety of people. I also respectfully ask you to decline this application, but also more importantly, put measures in place to ensure the conditions of the original application are adhered to. Thank you.
Thank you. One supporting speaker, Jason Parker. Oh. Yes, I thought that's the name I got down there. No, I don't have a supporting speaker. Sorry, there's an error on one of my details here. So it's Councillor Blathwaite then.
This has been a thorn in my side for ever since I've been a councillor for Potter Heigham. There has been numerous applications made on this site. I would like to just say that I would like the committee to know that this site is not agricultural. The main agricultural site that farmed this land traditionally is by the church. The farmhouse on the site has never been used as a farmhouse. So it is not agricultural development in any way. In fact, the main purpose of this site has been for storing building material. Marsh Road is very narrow and does not accommodate the convoys of cars going up and down it at times. This road is used mainly for walking. It is used for walking for dogs, it is used for walking for horses, and it is used by people walking along the busy footpath to along the Weaver's Way, and as a offshoot of that to visit the church, which is an outstanding church of beauty within the Broadland area. I am not against entrepreneurialism. However, this appears to be the right business in totally the wrong place. And I ask you to support the parish council in their objection. I would go back to the original judgment of the planning officers of North Norfolk District Council, who found that this wasn't an inappropriate place for a gym. Unfortunately, that was overturned by an inspector who I believe tried to please all people, but managed to please none. The hours that were stipulated were obviously uncommercial for this operation, and that is why they have never worked within those hours in the entire time this gym has been operating. So I feel that also we've been talking about Marsh Road. I would like to talk about Station Road, where it joins Church Road. All the traffic to Marsh Farm has to go up Station Road or down Station Road, and where Station Road joins Church Road, it is reduced to a single carriageway. Church Road itself is a residential lane with a population of either young people with young families who have to negotiate the road to go to school, and elderly people who can't move quickly enough sometimes to get out of the way of fast-moving traffic. So, as I say again, I ask you to reject the application simply because we know what the consequence of this application is, because all applications from this area seem to be retrospective, and the joy of retrospective planning is that we don't have to guess, we don't have to look into the future of the effects of this planning. We know, and we know that the effects of this planning is antisocial to those living in this area. So again, I ask you to refuse this application. Thank you very much.
Thank you, councillor. Sorry, we're discussing how we proceed after this one. Okay, I think we need to remember that the original application was allowed by an inspector, therefore we're not revisiting that. We are really dealing purely with the impact of additional opening hours. Could I just ask officers whether there have been any enforcement action on any breaches of the emissions on the site?
I'm not aware of any enforcement action having been taken, but enforcement are aware of breaches that have occurred on the site historically, and I've certainly made them aware of it.
Good, thank you. Members. Councillor Adams.
So I mean, I hold a balanced view. I haven't made a decision yet in respect of this. I certainly understand the concerns about amenity and highways concerns. Well, I suppose what I would say is fairly typical in terms of the opening hours these days of gyms to be like that in terms of you know, not that I know myself, I probably should do increasingly, but it's I think also to its credit, it's a women's only gym in terms of its, you know, I think there's room for more inclusivity in that provision, again, to its merit. But I'm not clear. I mean, we've just heard there that there's been an intimation that there's some planning breaches, but not enforcement action, and those clearly would need to be investigated. But can we hear what the allegations are in terms of planning breaches? Would that be appropriate in this session? I do have a second question in relation to the highways matters, but I think if we can just get that one out of the way.
Are we able to expand on that? Information I'd expect you to have at hand.
Yeah, not to hand, but I am aware that there have been allegations that they have been opening outside of the hours that were permitted in 2018, and that includes use at the weekend as well.
Well, clearly that needs to be looked at and established then in terms of what activities being undertaken there outside of the planning permission. I also wanted to ask whether there'd been any exploration in terms of any traffic calming measures on the back of this development. Either is that something highways have suggested? Has there been any conversation, or is that potentially relevant to some sort of agreement, condition, or contribution that might provide some form of compromise to make this more acceptable? I mean, it sounds like there's certainly some engagement needed over some of the offsite impacts around speeding cars, etc. But I'm not sure that's necessarily within the planning envelope. But what could we do, I suppose, is my question.
Yes, Councillor MacDonald.
I'll quickly comment. The local councillor for county councillor has tried to move this to be a quiet lane. Unfortunately, the county council no longer are putting quiet lanes in place, but that was the mitigation that was proposed.
That's not a traffic calming measure as such. That's an initiative that was run a few years ago, and as Councillor Bathwaite rightly says, they no longer maintain those schemes. But what I'd be interested to see whether there was actually means of slowing cars down and you know, getting something in the driver's face to say, look, well, that's an example of it, exactly.
Yeah.
But there are other forms of infrastructure that aren't necessarily extortionately expensive that might make some sort of
I'm not sure that's a consideration we can make. Lauren.
I mean, a difficulty we have here is that, yes, the highway authority objected back in 2018, but they haven't objected on this application. So our basis for going back to the applicant and saying, we're minded to refuse your planning permission unless you provide this. I don't really think we're in that sort of territory. And there is a slight danger with traffic calming measures that actually you could make the situation worse for local residents because the ambient noise impact of cars accelerating and decelerating to go over a speed bump can cause other impacts that might actually affect amenity in a different way. So
Part of the problem is the large size of vehicles that some people find it necessary to drive these days. Councillor MacDonald, let's get to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Colin, for a good presentation. I was of a mind when I came in that it's only half an hour. What difference does that make, another half hour? But listening to the people talking, they said that it's been open whenever they felt like, basically, and open much more than that. And the enforcement team has been informed, but nothing's been done. But yet the person that was speaking earlier said it's actually advertised on the website that it's open out with those hours. So I don't know what proof they need to take some action, but it seems I'm changing my opinion from what I originally had when I read through it. That's it. Sorry.
just on the enforcement action. So the enforcement team wouldn't take action if there's a live planning application, because if we as a committee grant planning permission, then they'd be taking action against something that we've granted permission for. So if you as a committee decide to refuse planning permission, then clearly there wouldn't be a permission in place for the hours, and they could look at taking enforcement action. But it ultimately comes down to can we defend this decision? Because if we decide to refuse, we will likely have to defend that position of the appeal. And bearing in mind that the previous inspector granted us what could stop another inspector coming to a similar view.
So what's the point of us discussing it then? Because if we decide that we accept this extra just a half hour, what's to stop them ignoring that as they ignored the last one? If it means that nothing can be done about it, which hasn't been done since the last time. I mean, what's the point of even discussing it?
I don't think I was saying nothing can be done. It's saying that whilst there's a live planning application, an enforcement notice would be unlikely to be served because we then have an application that is undetermined. But if we make a decision and you were to go against allowing it, or even if you granted permission, if there's a permission in place and they're breaching it, then we can take enforcement action for breach of condition.
Councillor Varley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Firstly, my thanks to the case officer for his report this afternoon. I think it is very regrettable that we're in this situation, thinking about the previous application, which obviously NNDC did refuse, and then during appeal, the planning inspectorate decided to go against that. We are in the situation we're in. My concern being with the lack of objection and any substance from Norfolk County Council Highways Department. If we were to refuse this today, it could go to appeal and possibly it could be overruled. That's my concern. So my query is this: are we able to defer it and ask for substantial reports on the concerns and possible mitigations? Is that possible? Bearing in mind what Councillor Adams was mentioning earlier.
I mean, of course, we could go back to the applicant and ask the question, but I come back to the point, absent an objection from the Highway Authority, it's going to be hard to justify why we would refuse something if they haven't objected, because we'd have to evidence what is the impact and why would we go back and ask for mitigation. We can't just ask for mitigation because we feel like it. We have to evidence why we're asking for it. And without the support of the Highway Authority, it's going to be very difficult to justify, because if we put a condition that requires mitigation, the applicant can appeal, grant the implementation of a condition. And again, we'd have to justify why we're asking for it. I've been told.
Just to say as well that in addition to the original highway response we had on this application, their response was queried by the parish council and the county councillor. And following that, they did look at it again, but they did reiterate their stance that they were not objecting to the application.
Yeah, Councillor Fitzgerald.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, we are between a rock and a hard place, aren't we? Yet again. What a lovely morning this has been. I think we don't have any option. I think we have to approve this. And with a very strong statement that it is watched very carefully by our enforcement team, because it looks to me as though the applicant here is just playing fast and loose with the rules. But we are stuck. I think we have to approve it. I will propose that we do. But I do hope that our planning manager will alert the enforcement team very promptly. Thank you.
Thank you. So you, Councillor Holiday?
Yes, I mean, the inspector tied his decision very much on the opening hours that were meant to be and the size of the gym. So he, in a way, was making a decision at a different time and place with different data from there is now. So I know we're keep on referring back to it, but in a way, his decision is outdated.
Thank you. Councillor Hankins?
Mr. Chair, looking at the approval, it refers to the revised opening hours. Those presumably are the additional hours that would be open, which is contained in the report. Would it be possible to, in the event of approval, to make a condition that those opening hours are adhered to?
Nope. I think opening hours are opening hours. Anything outside that would be subject to enforcement.
But would that not strengthen the activities of the enforcement authority?
I think enforcement will get the message. So,
okay.
I mean, if the applicant breaches the hours of use condition, then there's routes to go through breach of condition, which involves a trip to the magistrate court. So yeah, the conditions are there for a reason. If people do breach them, then we have that option to take enforcement action.
Okay, Councillor Brown, then we will need to resolve this one way or the other.
Just a couple of quick points, Chair. Just taking up Councillor Holiday's point, can I ask the council solicitor whether we do have to slavishly follow previous decisions at appeal? How binding are they on us today? And just to say, if there was an award for the most retrospective applications in a given period, then this applicant unfortunately would get a gold medal, which doesn't go down very well with us as an authority. So I think we need to get that message across. I'm just wondering as well if there's anything that we can insist upon as regards checking, you know, the arrival and leaving times of the use of the gym to ensure that they are complying with extended hours if we were minded to grant it today. Is there anything that we can do differently that we've not done before to assist our enforcement team in more forensic management and control of the premises?
The focus isn't really on the principle of development here, because that's already been established by the appeal. It's more, as Jeff said, on just whether the increase in the hours is acceptable, and that's what you're being asked to consider and weigh up. So the principle of the development is already established through that appeal process, and you need to decide what the impact is, whether that's an acceptable or unacceptable impact of the increased hours will be, which seems to be, from listening to the debate is the frequency, the increased frequency of vehicles along a narrow road.
Thank you. I have proposed Mr. Fitch-Tillett to go with the officer recommendation. Do I have a seconder on the floor for that? Thank you. Can we go to a vote, please?
Councillor Adams,
Very reluctantly for.
Councillor Brown,
Similarly, with some reluctance for.
Councillor Fitch-Tillett. For. Councillor Hankins. Councillor Heinrich,
Reluctantly for.
Councillor Holiday. Councillor MacDonald,
Against.
Councillor Netherway. Councillor Toy. For. Councillor Varley.
With a heavy heart for.
6 for and 4 against.
Thank you. The application is approved. Okay, we are now at 10 to 1. We are at a point where we will exceed the hours allowed by Constitution. I therefore need to the proposal to suspend standing orders to enable us to continue past 1 p.m. That will need 2/3 of you present to approve it. Should that be approved, we will then take a half-hour lunch break and then return to the remaining business. So I'll either propose from the chair or somebody propose from the floor that we suspend standing orders.
First of all, we need to vote that the Constitution allows the rules to be suspended, so we need to vote to suspend, 2/3 in favour and required to suspend the rules, the standing order, and then a second vote, is that right? To then vote to return to consider the rest of the committee agenda, having had a half-an-hour break.
Right. Okay, clear on that. We've not found ourselves in a situation for some time.
Mr. Chairman, I will need to leave at 1:45 for a 2 o'clock meeting.
Okay.
However you work this, I'm sorry,
Well, we can, in which case I'll say we take a 5-minute comfort break. But it's over to you. I'm ready to sit at the front. Okay, that's noted. That is the other question, if will we still be quarried for that time? We need 7.
Mr. Chairman, I need to be in Norwich at 3 o'clock. So if that helps at all, I would very much like to be able to speak on this application. Thank you.
Yeah, I would hope we can do that. I just want to be clear that we will have a quorum. Well, I'm going to be. I don't have any choice in the matter. We'll remain a quorum. Okay. So the first thing is I did propose and seconded to suspend standing orders to enable us to proceed beyond the 1 o'clock. Proposed, thank you. Seconded. Those in favour? Okay, so I don't think I need to go through a vote just to take a 5-minute break, do I?
Because it's after.
It's not 1 o'clock yet.
So
Okay.
just vote to say that we all agree that we can resume after the 3.5 hours, which is technically condition 1. And then carry on with the agenda after this short break beyond the 1 o'clock period.
Approved. Okay. Sorry.
Thank you.
In which case we'll take a 5-minute comfort break and then resume. Then we will carry straight on with the rest of the agenda. Okay, again, my apologies to people from Sutton who've been sat around waiting for rather a long time, but today's agenda was somewhat more extensive than we'd hoped. So, PF 24/2338. When you're ready, Mr. Rosen.
Thank you, Chairman, councillors, good afternoon, members of the public, good afternoon, and officers as well. The application in front of us is a retrospective application with a change of use of the dwelling house, Sutton Hall, to a holiday let. That includes an upgrade of the existing access to the west of the hall. We'll see that on the slides shortly, and the installation of a tennis court. The proposals, as I say, are retrospective. Since the publication of the agenda, there have been 2 further emails received. One from an objector, John Nolden, which was circulated to committee members directly, and a further email received yesterday evening from Jason Parker, who operates as the agent for the applicant in this matter, and that was again sent around to members. So you should have those. You should be familiar with their content. Turning to the presentation, members, the plan in front of you is the site location plan. Edged in red is the application site that we concern ourselves with today. Edged in blue is land to the south of the hall, which is under the applicant's ownership. Members, you will see in the representations and also in the planning site history that there are enforcement investigations relating to land to the south being used for weddings and events. Those proposals do not form part of your consideration today, members. If I can shepherd you and ask you to consider only the matter of the short-term letting, that is the matter in front of you today that we're asking you as officers to make a decision. Next slide, please. Next slide is an aerial photograph. You can see the red blob with an arrow is Sutton Hall. Familiar with the application site as we've just shown you it. And I've taken this slide, members, to enable you to see the proximity of near neighbours to the hall. You'll be aware, members, concerns on amenity and highways dominate this matter. So you can see to the north is the nearest noise sensitive neighbour, again to the south, residential properties, and away to the east, sorry, I should say to the west and southwest. Get my compass altered, members, this afternoon. Next slide, please. Layout plan. Members, please see here the red line of the application site, and you'll see the hall itself. To the northeast of the hall is the proposed access to serve guests. That is an existing access. You'll see that shortly in some photographs. To the northwest of the site, next to the existing orchard shown by the green dots, is the upgraded access that forms part of the operational development that you're being asked to consider today. That access has been upgraded in terms of it being surfaced, and it is gated. And then, members, to the southwest, you'll see a new planting area, and in grey, a tennis court. The tennis court is operational development that you're being asked to consider along with the change of use. Thank you very much. Next slide, please. Here, members, you have floor plans, ground floor showing you ancillary rooms. Please note, members, to the rear of the property is a bedroom on the ground floor. That is a double bedroom which has 2 bed spaces. On the first floor, members, you'll see that is where the bedrooms are not unusually located. And on the first floor, you have 5 further bedrooms. The bedroom makeup here, and it's important to stress this, members, is for 5 double bedrooms and 1 twin bedroom. That gives us the 12 bed spaces, 12 guests that you will see form part of our considerations later. We could move on to the next slide. That will show you the elevations. Members, I can tell you there are no changes to those elevations associated with this application. So that's a point of reference in a survey drawing. You can see the photographs now. Members, I will tell you that I don't have a drone. These were taken from various web pages. They are current and I believe they are accurate. So I've taken them to enable you to see the front of the hall on that left-hand side with the guest car parking area in front of it. And then as you look at the right-hand slide, you can begin to make out the patio area, which sits immediately adjacent to the conservatory that serves the hall and is also accessed by French doors. That is one of the main outdoor meeting places associated with the use that we're looking at. And then also, members, you'll also see a courtyard which is formed by the single-storey buildings which are in a U shape to the rear of the property. Again, members, that is an outdoor area where guests are expected to congregate. Next slide, as I promised, members, that is the guest access. You can see a long gravel driveway with electrically controlled gates that runs from the northeast up to the hall itself. Next slide, please. And members, you can see now the formalised access that forms part of your application today for consideration. That's operational development. You can see surfacing of the access and those gates again set back from the highway. Next slide, please. Members, these are the amenity spaces. Excuse the artistic license here. I've taken the patio on the left-hand side and on the right-hand side, which you can see. Unfortunately, the only photo I've got of the courtyard is that landscape one that you can see there. But you can see those are areas which guests staying at the hall might reasonably expect to sit out and enjoy being there. The courtyard houses a small gymnasium. Next slide, please. Here we have guests, a tennis court. It does have a net, but it requires a great deal more development. You will see as part of the recommendation today, there is a condition which requires further details of the tennis court, both surfacing, catch netting and the fine detail. So at this moment in time, I'm told by the applicant that they ceased work on the tennis court once they realised that they needed planning permission for it. So that concludes plans and slides of photos. If we can move on now to the main issues. Thank you very much, Emma. So, principle of development. Members, I'm here to tell you today that planning is a plan-led system. Section 38 of the Town and Country Planning Compensation Act 04 requires planning applications to be determined in accordance with the development plan unless material considerations indicate otherwise. So my presentation will major on the consideration of plan policy. In this matter, the principle of this issue turns on our locational policies SS1 and SS2. This site is located in the countryside. You will see, members, that the countryside policies do allow for the change of use of buildings to accommodate tourism uses. The specifics of those changes of use are covered by policies EC2 and EC7. Those policies direct support the change of use of buildings for tourism use subject to the criteria which are listed on page 112 of your agenda. Those criteria state that development should be appropriate in scale and nature. The building should be soundly built and capable of conversion without significant rebuilding or extension. And finally, members, that the proposals should protect environmental and the environmental and amenity qualities of the locality. Officers consider that the proposals are supported in principle under plan policy. Members, the next issue is that of amenity. It's largely led by considerations in relation to noise and light. In terms of this matter, members, we're led by policy EN13, which requires that development should mitigate potential adverse effects from noise and light pollution. Page 113 of your agenda details the applicant's assessment of noise and mitigation strategy. There is an acoustician's report supplied to support the application. That acoustician's report details a bulleted management plan to control adverse effects of noise. One is in relation for tennis, for that not to occur before 7 o'clock in the morning or later than 9 o'clock at night. Members note the tennis court is not lit, so that will effectively be dusk. Not many people play tennis in the dark. External gatherings are in the courtyard area, which we've seen on the photographs, and those are to be limited to no later than 9 o'clock in the evening, and patio noise levels are to be minimised after 11:30 at night. Members, there is a music sound limiter at this property. The sound limiter is a computer managed piece of software and audio kit which limits the dB of the music that can be played at the property. You will have seen in the body of the report on page 113 the limitations that are proposed. That noise limiter will be subject to a commissioning condition, which will require the commissioning details to be supplied and agreed with our environmental protection officer. It is critical, members, to say that the leasing of this property will seek to limit any music being played simply through the sound system at this property. That is the detail of the leasing. Complaints procedure is also outlined within the supporting document, and the applicants seek to govern a complaints procedure where any concerns raised locally can be referred directly to a responsible person who is going to be making a judgment over whether or not those complaints are reasonable and whether or not actions are required. So the complaints procedure itself will require the applicant to take remedial actions. The complaints procedure, members, stands apart from the Environmental Protection Act itself. So the local authorities' complaints procedure through environmental protection would not be prejudiced. This is an additional layer. In terms of lighting, members, the proposals will be required to satisfy a condition for a lighting scheme. There is a significant amount of lighting on this large building, and what we seek to do is to review that lighting through the lighting scheme with the applicant and to mitigate against unnecessary proliferation and light pollution via the lighting scheme condition. Members, there have been concerns locally relating to highways. Our considerations here are governed by policy CT5, highway safety, and CT6, parking. There is sufficient car parking for 12 guests, as you can see from the plans and photographs you've had in this presentation. The road network in this area is predominantly single track, with passing only possible through passing bays. It is a narrow rural road network. There is a limitation proposed by condition to be for no more than 12 guests at any one time at this property. With that consideration, I understand that the highways officers are minded not to object to the application and consider that the proposal will in effect be low key. It will create in effect no more than 12 guests, which is effectively what is considered to be a maximum number of people who may otherwise be staying at this residential property. Finally, members, turning on to the issues of landscape and ecology, you'll see in the report there are no adverse landscape effects reported, and that the proposals are supported by a biodiversity net gain plan that will seek a minimum 10% mitigation through the use of conditions, and the proposals are also supported by an ecology assessment which is agreed by our officers. So, members, we turn to the planning, balance and conclusion of this case. Concerns of residents and the parish council are noted and understood. The remote location and limited capacity of this road network and the quiet background noise levels that the residents in this area enjoy are understood and will be material considerations for you in the determination of this application. However, the proposals are limited to short-term letting for no more than 12 guests. It is the incremental detriment that arises from the intensification of the short-term letting use upon the local amenity and highway safety upon which this application will turn for you members. The application is supported by the noise management plan, suitable conditions, and mitigation will be provided in terms of noise, light pollution, access, parking, and landscaping. It's on this basis that officers consider the proposals would accord with the aims of the development plan policy, and the principle of the development is supported by the adopted strategic plan policies SS1, and the material details are compliant with policies EC2 and EC7. And on that basis, members, officers recommend approval subject to the conditions in your agenda. Thank you.
Thank you. Right, we have no parish speaker now. I have one objecting speaker, John Nolden. Care to come to the microphone front? You'll have 3 minutes.
I was going to say good morning, members, but
good evening almost.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I'm John Nolden. I live at Hall Farm on Hall Road, directly opposite the application site. Since the holiday let use began in January 24, both I and other local residents have experienced significant noise and disruption. This has severely impacted the peace and tranquility we previously enjoyed in this rural area. As outlined in my letter to you all last week, officers have acknowledged that the use of the property as a holiday let presents a fundamentally different impact compared to a family home. To mitigate this, they propose a condition requiring a noise management plan. However, for the reasons detailed in my letter, this condition is both unenforceable and unreasonable. This is not just my view, this is supported by a highly relevant appeal decision we've submitted to officers. In that case, the planning inspector concluded that a noise management plan would not effectively control the disturbances associated with holiday let use, and the appeal was dismissed due to the unacceptable impact on neighbouring residents. Whilst each application has to be treated on its own merits, the parallel between that case and this one are striking. The circumstances are essentially the same. I therefore question how a different conclusion can be reached here. This application should be refused. It's also important to consider the clear link between the holiday let use and the ongoing use of the site and adjacent field as a wedding venue, currently under enforcement investigation. Officers are treating these as separate issues, but in reality, the holiday accommodation is integral to the wedding offering. Sutton Hall's own website and social media continue to promote the venue for weddings with on-site accommodation. The wedding use is ongoing, and the owners contend that this can be undertaken for 28 days a year under permitted development rights. The proposed noise management plan is incompatible with this use. It seeks to restrict noise in the garden areas during the evening, yet these are the very times and spaces used for wedding celebrations. Approving this application could only worsen the disruption already experienced by residents. Furthermore, the roads leading to Sutton Hall are narrow and frequented by cyclists and walkers, including those using the Weavers' Way. The additional traffic generated by the holiday let and associated events is dangerous and noisy. So in summary, the current holiday let has already been shown to cause harm to neighbours. The proposed noise management plan is unenforceable and ineffective, as confirmed by a planning inspector in a comparable case. The holiday let use is clearly linked to the wedding venue operation and cannot be considered in isolation. There's a dichotomy between the use of the property as accommodation for weddings and contents of the noise management plan. The level of noise and disturbance from Sutton Hall over the past 18 months far exceeds what is reasonable in a rural area. No conditions can adequately mitigate this impact. We request you refuse this application.
Thank you. I have supporting speaker, Jason Parker. Got you on the right application this time. Okay, 3 minutes.
Thank you very much. Just to give some clarity to this case, I'm the planning agent. The applicant couldn't be here, unfortunately, but he's wrote a letter for you. I took over this case earlier this year because the applicant felt that they weren't getting the professional advice that they needed. I'm an experienced planning consultant with 20 years experience, and I have worked for 5 different local authorities. As you heard in the presentation, this case has nothing to do with events in the field. That is an entirely separate matter where I'm dealing with that matter for the applicant. We've had a number of site meetings with enforcement, and we're in discussion, and it looks like we've reached a good conclusion on that. But we're still dealing with that, but it's entirely separate from this case. This case is purely about a tennis court, and you can see that he had started that under the impression he didn't need permission, and upgrading the access road that exists, and the change of use of the house to holiday lets. So the main aspect of this case is a 12-bedroom large house changing its use to a holiday let. For 12, sorry, up to 12 guests. So 6 bedrooms, that means 2 people in each. What is material in your considerations is what can they do without planning permission? Well, firstly, it could be used as a very large family house with staff. It could be used as a bed and breakfast and guest house. That would arguably have more impacts because they would rent out bedrooms individually, have different traffic movements, etc. Whereas as a holiday let, where it's let out as a whole, that's likely to have people travelling together. Also, the benefit of this planning application is you have a noise assessment, you have management plans in place and planning conditions. If it was run as a bed and breakfast or guest house, none of that would exist. You wouldn't have any of those controls at all. So he's taken a precautious approach by applying for planning permission for this use. Therefore, it's not reasonable to refuse permission on that basis, given what can happen without planning permission, what's very likely as well. We provided extensive legal evidence on this case, particularly referencing a case I dealt with, which was almost identical to this, and they had separate field events as well. That was dealt with in Broadland. But as we said, the events are entirely separate from this. This is purely about the change of use of that large house to holiday lets, when they can use it for a variety of things without consent. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Taylor, we finally get to start.
Thank you very much, Michelle. I've sat here very patiently today with speak, so here we go. No, thank you very much. And before I speak today, I just really wanted to share my thanks with Officer Rouse and with Officer Elliott in our planning enforcement team for their work dragging this application through enforcement and getting it where it is today to ensure that the local voices in Sutton can be heard. So I speak today on behalf of residents of Sutton and urge you to refuse this application for the change of use of the 6-bedroom dwelling at Sutton Hall to a holiday let. This is not a simple technical change of use. It is a proposal with real harm and harmful impacts that have already been experienced by local residents since the unauthorised holiday let began use in January this year. These are not speculative concerns. These are lived experiences of noise, disturbance and intrusion in what was previously a peaceful rural setting. I draw members' attention to policy EN2, which states that development proposals should demonstrate that their location, scale, design and materials will protect, conserve and where possible enhance 1, the special qualities and local distinctiveness of an area, including its historical, biodiversity and cultural character, and 2, the distinctive settlement character. Now, in my book, trying to turn one of the oldest, most historic buildings in Sutton into an effective party pad does little to enhance, protect or conserve the historic nature of the property and the cultural character of the village. It completely alters it by its very nature and will lead to significant harm to residents. It also clearly conflicts with policy EN13 through the direct impact it will have on residential amenity for the people of Sutton, something I do not feel is adequately mitigated against. Now, the officer's report acknowledges that there are risks and that the applicant proposes to manage them through the noise management plan. But let's be absolutely clear, this plan is wholly inadequate and unenforceable. The noise management plan relies on guests, not the applicant, to follow a long list of do's and don'ts during their holiday. Now that is utterly unrealistic. Contains no on-site supervision. And I think I will just pick up on something that the supporting speaker said here, saying that if we didn't approve this application today, it could be seen as a B&B, something like that. But in that situation, we would have on-site management. We would have someone there managing the bookings, taking people in. You would have that on-site physical presence of a representative of the business. In this case, there is no such representation proposed. It uses vague and unenforceable terms such as quiet activity, minimal noise. Now, how on earth can our planning officers turn around and enforce against that? What does that mean? I can't tell you. I can't tell you. It conflicts directly with how the property is marketed for birthday celebrations, reunions, group stays, the very kind of uses which will generate the most amount of disturbance. This approach invites failure. It sets the council up for prolonged and ineffective enforcement battles whilst residents suffer and council resources are drained. The planning inspectorate has already addressed this exact issue, as Mr. Nolan insinuated. The inspector rejected the argument that a noise management plan could mitigate the impacts of a large holiday let. Worse still, this application comes from an applicant who has already breached multiple planning controls in the last 18 months. They have consistently misled the council and the community, repeatedly insisting that the site would not be used as a wedding venue, while all the while continuing to advertise it as one. Now, to absolutely no surprise to the people of Sutton, we learn that it will in fact host weddings for 28 days a year, something the applicant doesn't feel needs permission to undertake, an ongoing dispute with our planning officers. This is not an isolated issue. It is a pattern of deception, a clear strategy to mislead, avoid scrutiny, and hope that conditions can be attached and then quietly ignored. I ask you this: how can you trust an applicant who has shown such a disregard for the truth? If they cannot be honest during the application process, how can they be relied upon to follow the conditions attached to any approval? In addition, we have significant highways concerns. The hall is accessed by very small rural lanes, not well equipped to accommodate large influxes of vehicular movements. Whilst I know we have to consider this application in front of us, it is important to have one eye on the future and be in no doubt the plans of this developer to turn Sutton Hall into a full-scale events complex. The tennis court, which we all saw up on the big screen, in name only, is clearly planned to be a car park to support these added vehicular movements, leading to significant intensification of the uses of this site. Now, Mr. Chairman, I want to be clear, Councillor Bayes and I both support rural business, tourism and our North Norfolk local economy, but not like this. Not through unenforceable promises. And
your 5 minutes is up, Councillor. I believe we have a statement from Councillor Bayes. Yeah. Officer Lyon will read that statement out. Sorry, mate.
Okay, this is a statement from Councillor Kevin Bayes. He says, it is extremely disappointing that there has been a complete lack of engagement and consultation with Sutton residents, the parish council and the ward councillors regarding this application. This approach has created an unhelpful situation, fostering mistrust and confusion about the long-term intentions behind the proposal. The applicant's stance suggests little, if any, concern for the feelings and well-being of the local residents who will be directly impacted. While the applicant informed North Norfolk District Council's planning team that the venue would not be used as a wedding venue and had removed related advertising from their website, there is clear evidence to the contrary. The applicant has attended local wedding fairs, including one at Norwich Airport, promoting the site as a wedding venue, and has been taking bookings for events this year. At least one such event is known to have already taken place. These actions have left Sutton Parish Council and local residents feeling frustrated and angry. It is deeply concerning that a business can appear to disregard the planning process while simultaneously eroding the trust of the very community in which it operates. The noise assessment report submitted with the application, along with the planning team's commentary, suggests the property is to be used solely as a holiday let. There is no intention of weddings or event use. In his report dated the 25th of April 2025, the applicant's agent, Jason Parker, states under Section B, noise and amenity considerations, objections have focused on past unauthorised events, including a wedding with amplified music. However, this application seeks consent only for the use of the main dwelling as a holiday let. No events use, marquee use, or mixed commercial activity is proposed. In addition, serious concerns remain regarding highways and traffic. Sutton is already experiencing increased vehicle movements due to developments in Stalham and Catfield. The main routes for the village leading to the venue are narrow rural roads, many requiring passing places. The additional traffic generated by large-scale events and catering deliveries will only worsen congestion and raise safety concerns for residents and road users alike. Thank you.
Thank you. I would remind colleagues that we are dealing with the use of the house within the red area. Can we bring that up to show exactly which land we're dealing with? It's clear that we are dealing with the use of that building. There is no application relating to the field outlined in blue when we get to it. Are we there yet? Yeah, okay. Yeah, we're trying to do. There we are. That's it. We're dealing with the area outlined in red, not the land to the south outlined in blue. What is happening on there currently is not directly relevant to our decision. Maybe I'll be the subject of enforcement, but we can only deal with the site as shown, of which the application is made. The officers want to respond to anything? Point.
Chairman, I obviously we've heard a lot about the enforceability of a noise management plan. I actually took it upon myself to speak with the service manager for environmental protection yesterday at some length. I put the concerns that were being voiced by local residents directly to the environmental protection manager, and it was pretty clear that he considers noise management plans to be a really useful tool. They are part and parcel of how we manage noise in our district. They relate to large-scale developments such as wind turbines, and they can relate to smaller scale management of cases such as this. I understand fully the concerns of those local residents, but this is a matter that relates to a noise management plan, which our environmental protection manager, David Addy, confirms can be suitably controlled by condition. I spoke with David about the use of conditions and commissioning of noise equipment, and he considers that those are suitable conditions, Chairman.
Thank you. Councillor Adams.
So just looking at that map, I presume those properties to the south there are the nearest noise receptors. There's nothing to the west or the north, and I think that, just to remind me again, that area to the southwest is the. Thank you. There is a property up there, isn't there? That's the tennis courts, or sort of very barren looking washing line or whatever it is. So I was just trying to get an impression of where the nearest noise receptors are in relation to the site.
Chairman, you can see the terracotta roofed building just immediately to the right of Hall Road. That's the nearest adjacent property. There are properties which are immediately within the hall grounds themselves, which unfortunately my blob is covering over, but there are properties that are also at similar distances in and around to that northwest.
Satisfied, Councillor?
Sorry?
You have any further questions?
Well, I mean, I suppose I could make my list of observations at the moment. I suppose at the moment it's sort of more about the practice rather than the principle for me. I know we've talked a bit about the noise harm for residents, but I know in some of the correspondence we received, there was discussion about noise and light impacts on wildlife as well. I think if anything, like this was to be really very stringent controls in respect of the N13. You know, we talked about music, but there's entertainment. You know, what's the possibility of fireworks, something like that? And I just question the ability for us to be able to control that effectively without quite a lot of burden actually being placed on the local authority. You can see, you know, the potential for this being a drive for complaints initially, but probably out responses, not sonic noise monitoring equipment and all that sort of stuff being deployed all over the place. I think it doesn't feel at all comfortable. And I can understand, you know, we can control some of that via a plan, but I think that would need to be really very stringent. Can I ask you, in respect of those other concerns on ecological impacts relating to noise and light, was there any officer sort of assessment of those? Whilst I appreciate a lot of the conversation has been about the impacts on residences. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. The application supported by an ecological appraisal. Further evidence was submitted as a result of officer comments that were received through the consultation process, and I can confirm for you, Chairman and members, that in fact the ecology team were quite happy with the details that had been provided. That covers both the mitigation through BNG and also the mitigation within the ecology appraisal.
Mr. Brown.
So I hope I just get this in before I have to depart. I don't think our planning policies have quite evolved sufficiently to deal with the possibility of 6 holiday let properties being booked simultaneously by the same group of people. We've had issues. I know this is a different setting on the Norfolk Broads with stag parties, hiring boats and clubbing together. One person books it and all the rest fill in via social media. There's nothing really in these papers I can see that prevents that happening at Sutton Hall. And I think it needs to be prevented, to be perfectly honest. I think we need to take that opportunity away. And I don't know how we would cope with that. And I don't share, I'm afraid, the confidence that the Environmental Protection Manager has in noise management. I simply don't. And I fear that, you know, operations like this will put pressure upon our enforcement team, our environmental protection team, no doubt out of hours at weekends. I can just see the potential for this happening. And to that extent, in terms of intrusion to neighbouring properties and the people that who live in them, I do have some sympathy for the views of the local members on this application, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Can we condition the nature of the guests, no single sex groups, for example? That's what I presume it to be. I was just asking the question for clarity of other members.
There's a face answer that one.
Yes, we wouldn't want to see it turn into a stag party house, or even worse, a hen party house. Told them much worse. Councillor Fitch-Tillett, I'll come back to you, Councillor Adams.
I don't want to help anybody, but close proximity to my house, I have Northwich Cottage, which of course used to be a dinner dance venue and everything else. Now it is just rented out, similarly to what we have proposed here. I get a lot of noise. I get fireworks. I get cars rushing up and down past my house. They are not breaching any planning rules because originally it was a hotel and an entertainment venue. But I think because of all the concerns, I'm going to propose, and my own experience of a similar venue, I'm going to propose that this is refused.
Okay, we have to go through the usual procedure here.
Yeah. I'm going, well, if it goes through the procedure.
I will hold that till we get to that point. Okay. Councillor Netherway, I'll come back to you.
Can you also hold the fact that I would second that?
Okay, thank you. I think a feeling for where this is going. Councillor Adams, and I'll come back to Councillor Holiday.
In relation to highways, I mean, there hasn't been many bringing endorsements for the responses of the Highways Authority today, bless them. But that's another area where we might struggle really to ensure that condition compliance. You can see how easily you're going to slip above. Oh, you can come along too. That's the thing is going to happen, isn't it? Potentially. It's another area I've got concern in terms of being able to ensure compliance, and probably quite difficult to be able to monitor. So I just wanted to highlight that because it was slightly separate from what I was saying earlier on. And I know they've proposed some conditions there, but achieving that I think is quite difficult.
It could be argued that by having condition permission, we have some control over it. But I take your point that
I
it's
see
theoretical control.
No,
How would it work in practice?
Yeah,
Do
the
you want to
monitoring and
ask that question?
enforcement is difficult, I would say, in this instance.
Councillor Holiday.
Thank you. I think enforcement is burdensome. I think environmental protection will find it hard to monitor a noise management plan. And I think, and I would have, I'm concerned about the noise impact and the ability to control it.
Okay, anybody else wish to speak?
I mean, we've suggested here a list of seven conditions. I mean, I take the point about noise management plans. They can be difficult to enforce, but being difficult doesn't necessarily make it impossible. And there are many cases where such conditions have been able to be enforced, particularly the no more than 12 guests. I mean, that's not an unusual condition for this type of scenario. So yes, it's tricky, but planning is tricky and we have to deal with it on a daily basis, those sorts of tricky issues. But you as a committee can impose conditions and expect those conditions to be enforced by your enforcement team and in environmental health. So just because something's difficult doesn't mean you shouldn't do it if that persuades any members to think slightly differently in terms of approach here. But I'll leave it at that.
Just say about the fireworks, I wouldn't get hung up about the fireworks. There's legally private dwellings, it's generally legal to use fireworks on private property, feels 7 AM to 11 PM, except bonfire night where it's longer periods. Fireworks might well be more prevented under terms of letting, short-term lettings of property. So I definitely wouldn't be concerned about fireworks here because, as I say, if it was a private property, they could let off fireworks every night if they wanted to.
More honoured in the breach than the
Let's move this
observant.
forward a bit. I presume I'm not going to get a proposer and seconder for the officer's recommendation. Therefore, to move that forward, I will propose and second from the chair, and we'll take it from there. We have a vote.
So can we just be clear? This is the officer recommendation for approval with conditions. So a 4 would be for the officer recommendation, yeah.
Councillor Adams. Councillor Brown.
Against.
Councillor Fitch-Tillett.
Against.
Councillor Hankins. Councillor Heinrich.
For.
Councillor Holiday. Councillor MacDonald.
Against.
Councillor Netherway. Councillor Toy.
Against.
Councillor Varley. That's 9 against and 1 for.
Okay, well expected. In which case we go to you, councillor Fitzgerald.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I reiterate my proposal to refuse this application on the basis of disturbance and basically an impact on the countryside location.
Okay, yeah. Sure we can put policy numbers to that. I think we need guidance, Chairman. As we said, we're a planning business.
So are we saying that in effect, we don't have confidence that a noise management plan could be complied with, and therefore the noise impact of the development would be unacceptable contrary to your policy EN 13?
Thank you. And Councillor Netherway was going to second. Anybody wish to speak to this one? No, in which case we go to the vote.
Councillor Adams. Councillor Brown.
For.
Councillor Fitzgerald. For. Councillor Hankins. Councillor Heinrich.
For.
Councillor Holiday. Councillor MacDonald.
For.
Councillor Netherway. Councillor Toy. For. Councillor Varley. That's unanimous.
Thank you. The application is refused. I encourage the applicant to perhaps talk to our planners and seek alternative ways of dealing with these issues, both on that application side and the adjacent side. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Chance we take. They're never going to go through. Committee in front of it. Okay. Okay, we have 2 more applications to deal with, providing I still have a quorum. Okay. These last 2 are linked, and they're only in front of us because the applicant is a member of the council. So we could keep this presentation very brief, please.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon. Yeah, so these are here because the applicant is an elected ward councillor for transparency. Just a few quick updates to the agenda, item 14, since the report was published. So we've had no objection received from the parish council, and also correction to the officer report on page 135. The joint committee of the National Amenity Society were consulted on the application, and to date there's been no response from them. Yeah, so here's the site location plan. So the site is occupied by a 2-storey dwelling, which is grade 2 listed and situated within the Walsingham Conservation Area and an area designated as countryside. So the application site is accessed from Scarborough Road to the west. The site is adjoined by dwellings to the north, east and south, with Scarborough Road located to the west and Folgate Lane to the northeast. And then here's an aerial photo just for context. So here we've just got the existing and proposed site plan. I've labelled where the existing and replacement extension is going to go. So here we've got the existing and proposed rear elevation. And then the existing and proposed floor plan. Here are the proposed sections. And then here's a site photo of the rear elevation. Here's a closer up image of the rear elevation. I've labelled the conservatory that's proposed for removal. And then here's a few more photos of the rear elevation. I've also labelled one of the ground floor windows that's proposed to be infilled. So yeah, the main issues are the principal design, its impact on the grade 2 listed building and conservation area, residential amenity, highway impact, and then for the listed building application, the impact on the heritage asset. So officers therefore recommend approval of both applications subject to conditions listed below. So the conservation officer has requested some specific materials conditions on the listed building consent, which the applicant has agreed to. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we've got two applications. We'll need to vote on them separately. Anybody wish to speak to them, or can I have a proposer and seconder, please? Councillor Adams, not
Propose
proposed.
that the officer recommendations are accepted.
Thank you. So if we can take a vote on PF 251120 first, please. Did you want to actually speak to this one, or?
I do, actually. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You keep it brief, please.
Look, maybe I've missed something. These two applications look to me to be identical.
No, one is the application, the second is the listed building permission.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
Councillor Adams. Councillor Hankins.
For.
Councillor Heinrich.
For.
Councillor Holiday. Councillor MacDonald.
For.
Councillor Netherway. Councillor Toy. For. Councillor Varley. It's unanimous.
Thank you, and I can take the same proposer and seconder for the listed building application, please. We can vote on that.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Adams. Councillor Hankins.
For.
Councillor Heinrich.
For.
Councillor Holiday. Councillor MacDonald.
For.
Councillor Netherway. Councillor Toy. For. Councillor Varley. It's unanimous.
Thank you. Okay, in relation to items 15, performance update, and item 16, appeals section, I propose that we note the reports, and if you have any questions, you take them up directly with Mr. Lyon. Happy with that? Okay, meeting closed at 1:55.